Chapter 1. Cave's House. The first drop of rain hit the car window. It ran down the glass and disappeared. Millie looked out at the black sky ahead. "It doesn't look good, Mum," she said. "No." Hannah took one hand off the wheel and pulled a map out of the pocket in the door beside her. She kept her eyes on the road and passed the map to Millie. "See if there's a village soon. I'd better get some petrol before the storm hits." Millie opened the map. "Wakefield should be about 4 or 5 miles away. Then it's 17 miles to Romney." "Oh, good. We turn off at Romney." Big drops of rain were falling now, and the sky was even darker. Millie looked at the map again. "When do you think we'll get to Cave's house?" "About 4 o'clock, I hope." Hannah glanced up at the sky. "That's unless the storm slows us down." "I remember the house is in a valley at the bottom of some hills. The road going into the valley's very steep and narrow." Millie looked at her mother. "How old were you when you came here?" "About 9 or 10, I think." "And the caves were open then?" "Yes, a lot of people used to go there." "But now they're shut?" "Why?" "I don't know. Those other big caves at Farnley were discovered about 30 years ago. Maybe everyone goes there now. I didn't even know Cave's house was still open." Lightning lit the sky in front of them. "Ah, here's Wakefield." Millie looked out of the window at the shops and houses along the side of the road. The village was empty in the rain. "There," she said suddenly, and pointed at a sign. "Petrol." Then she noticed another sign outside a small cafe. "Oh, they've got hot chocolate, Mum. Can I have one?" Lightning lit the sky again. Hannah turned the car into the petrol station. "OK, I'll have one too," she said. She stopped the car and gave Millie some money. "I'll get the petrol, you get the drinks." Millie got out of the car, pulled her coat around her, and ran through the rain to the cafe. She heard thunder in the distance. "2 hot chocolates to take away, please," she said to the woman behind the counter. There was only one other person in the cafe, an old man sitting at a table by the window with a cup of tea. Millie smiled at him. He nodded back at her. "Storm coming," he said. "Yes, it looks nasty." The man lifted the cup to his mouth. "Going far?" "Cave's house." The man put the cup down. "Cave's house?" "Yes." "Why?" "There's a murder weekend." "A what?" "You know, a murder weekend. A group of people stay somewhere for a few days, there's a murder, and they have to try to find out—" "A murder?" Millie laughed at the look on the man's face. "Oh, not a real one. It's a game." The man nodded. There was thunder again, closer now. "So you're going to Cave's house to play this game?" "Well, no, I have to work. I'm helping my mum. She's making all the food for the guests for the whole weekend. She's a caterer. She's just started her own catering business." "2 hot chocolates," said the woman behind the counter, and Millie turned to pay. "Thanks," she said. She took the drinks and started to leave. The old man nodded at her. "Be careful in the rain." Millie ran back to the car. Hannah was waiting for her, and they set off again. 10 minutes later, they were in the middle of the storm. The sky was black all around them, and the distant hills were lost in the heavy rain. "Well," said Hannah, "it's the right kind of weather for a murder weekend." "Mum, who gets murdered? Is it one of the guests?" "No, I don't think so. I'm not sure. There's a group of actors coming too. There's something about it in the email they sent me with the catering details. Look in my bag." Hannah's open bag was on the floor at Millie's feet. Millie reached down and pulled out some pages. "Look, here's Romney," said Hannah. "We have to turn off here. There should be a sign to Hill End on our left. Watch out for it. I don't want to miss it in the rain." Millie saw it first. "There! Hill End 14, she read. Under it was another, smaller sign. The letters on it were almost completely faded, but she could just read them through the rain. Caves House, 17. They were nearly there. Millie sat back and opened the pages of the email. At the top of the first page it said, "Adrian Bennett's 40th birthday." And then there were a lot of details about the food Hannah would serve and the meal times. There would be 10 guests and 6 actors to feed. The last page was about the murder weekend. "Are you in the company of murder? You and your friends are enjoying a wonderful evening in a grand country house. Suddenly, there's the sound of a gunshot and then a scream. You go to see what has happened, and your blood runs cold. That charming person who sat next to you at dinner has been shot dead. But the weekend has only just begun. The police arrive to question everyone. Who has done this terrible thing? Can you discover the murderer? There are lots of clues to help you during this exciting weekend, as well as lots of fun and laughter. Join us in the company of murder." Millie looked at the picture of a woman lying across a big bed. Dark blood covered the top of the woman's dress. Millie closed the pages and put them back in the bag. "It looks like fun," she said. "Yes, well, just remember that we're there to work. I'll need your help making the food, and you'll serve the guests at every meal. And you mustn't get in their way. Don't speak to them unless they speak to you. This weekend is really important for me, Millie. These people have plenty of money. If all goes well, they may give me more work, so you need to be a good little servant girl," finished Millie with a cheeky smile. Said Hannah, and glanced at Millie out of the corner of her eye. "You just need to be charming, not cheeky, and do the job well, okay? Okay." Millie looked out of the window. There was no farmland here. Trees and bushes grew close to the road. They shone with wetness in the grey light. "The storm's passing." Hill End appeared. It was a small village, a few houses, a small shop, an old post office. A moment later it was gone. "Nearly there," said Hannah. They passed a sign saying, "Road Open." Then, among the wet grey shapes of the trees, craggy rocks began to appear. Soon the road narrowed, and the land on one side dropped steeply away. They were going down the side of a hill, and Millie could see the tops of trees below. On the other side of the road, little rivers of rain ran down the craggy rocks. Hannah drove more slowly, and they wound their way carefully down towards the valley floor. Millie looked at the edge of the road where it dropped away. It would be easy to have an accident here, to go over the edge and roll down and down into the thick, wet forest below. "I hope we don't meet someone coming the other way," she said. Hannah was sitting forward in her seat, her eyes on the road. "I wish the light wasn't so bad. At least the rain stopped." Suddenly, Millie saw part of a roof below. "Is that Cave's house?" She tried to see more through the trees. "Oh, it's gone." But before long, they reached the valley floor. The road became wider, and they crossed an old stone bridge. They passed a small cottage, and moments later, there was Cave's house in front of them. Hannah parked the car and Milly jumped out. "Oh, it's freezing cold!" she cried and jumped back in again. Hannah laughed. Milly grabbed her scarf and hat from the back seat and pulled gloves out of her pocket. She put them on and looked up at the big brick and stone house in front of her. It was like something from a children's book. It had a steep grey roof with windows in it, and it wasn't square. Rooms jutted out here and there, each with its own little roof. It was wonderful. Suddenly, the front door opened and a woman came out. Hannah and Milly quickly jumped out of the car and walked towards her. "Hello," the woman called. "Welcome to Cave's house." A man joined her at the door. They were about the same age, Milly thought, both in their 60s, but he was very thin. "Hello," said Hannah. "I'm Hannah Foster, and this is my daughter, Milly. We're cooking for the guests this weekend." Come in," said the man. "It's freezing out here. I'll take you to the kitchen and show you to your room. I'm Ed Halford, and this is my wife, Lizzie." Milly thought his skin was an odd grey colour. They all went inside, and Ed shut the door. Milly looked around her. They were in a large hall. From floor to ceiling, the walls were covered with wood panelling, and a grand curved staircase led up to the floor above. The dark wood was beautiful, but after a moment, Milly could see that the carpet on the stairs and the floor was faded and worn. She could also smell the dust in the curtains at the window beside her. Ed pointed at a door on the right. "Now, that's the dining room." He pointed at 2 large glass doors on the left, and through there is the sitting room. Then he led them past the glass doors and down a corridor towards the back of the house. They passed another door on their left. "That's the games room and library," said Ed. Milly looked in through the open door. There were hundreds of old books along the walls and comfortable velvet chairs to sit in. She could see that it had been a grand room once, but now the colours were faded and the velvet was worn. The Halfords led them down a few steps to a lower part of the house and stopped. The corridor continued. "There are 3 bedrooms off this corridor and the bathroom's at the end," explained Ed. "And there are 3 bedrooms off the other side of the kitchen." "The actors aren't here yet," added his wife, "so you can choose any of the rooms in this part of the house. They each have 2 beds. She pointed down the corridor. "These 3 rooms are a bit nicer than the others because years ago they were used by guests. The ones on the other side of the kitchen were for the staff." "Of course," said Ed. "All the guests this weekend will sleep upstairs in the larger rooms." "Do many people come to stay here these days?" asked Hannah. "Not many," he replied. "Lizzie usually cooks for the few who do come. There's no other staff here these days, just us." "Anyway," said Lizzie, "this is the kitchen. It's old, but everything works. You should find everything you need." They followed her through the kitchen door. Milly glanced at Hannah. The kitchen wasn't just old, it was ancient. It was like something from the 1930s. Thank you," said Hannah, and smiled weakly. "OK, well, Ed started to move towards the back door. "If there's anything you need, you can find us in the little caretaker's cottage up the road." "Well, began Hannah, but the Halfords were already outside. "We'll be back to welcome the guests at 6:30, Lizzie called, and they disappeared. Hannah and Milly looked at each other. Hannah began to undo the buttons on her coat. "Well, there may be 2 murders this weekend," She looked at the ancient kitchen around her. "Because if that stove doesn't work, I may kill someone." She threw the car keys to Millie. "Unload the boxes of food, and hurry." Chapter 2. The Company of Murder. "Oh, you horrible stove," said Hannah. "Come on, get hot." Millie was cutting vegetables at the big table in the centre of the room. "At least the refrigerator is a bit more modern." They both looked at it. "Oh, yes, wonderful," said Hannah angrily. "It's from about 1960, I'd say. Very modern." Millie went back to her vegetables. The weekend was beginning to look like a very long one, stuck in this kitchen with her nervous and angry mother. "Where do I put the vegetable scraps, Mum?" Hannah searched in a box. "Oh no, I've forgotten the rubbish bags." She looked around her. "Look, there are some old newspapers in the corner there. Use those." Suddenly, Millie heard Ed's voice coming from the corridor. He led another man into the kitchen. The man, who was very well dressed, stopped and looked around him. "Oh dear, this is a bit ancient, isn't it? Hello, you must be Hannah Foster. I'm Adrian Bennett. I'm sorry about the kitchen. I didn't know that it would be as old as the house." Hannah smiled widely. "It's not a problem, Mr. Bennett. Adrian, please. Adrian, we'll have all your meals ready on time. We're used to these small difficulties." Millie looked at her in surprise. "This is my daughter, Millie, who is helping me." Happy birthday," said Millie. Adrian laughed. "Oh, yes, thank you." Lizzie came in. "The actors have arrived, Mr. Bennett, and some other guests." "Well then, I'd better go and welcome them. Drinks at 7:30 and dinner at 8? Hannah smiled. "We'll be ready, Adrian." As soon as he and the Halfords had left the room, the smile dropped from Hannah's face, and she added, "I hope." She and Millie went back to their work, but a moment later they were interrupted again by the sound of loud laughter in the corridor. A woman in a long blood-red scarf swept into the kitchen. Then came a man in a long coat with a shorter woman who carried several dresses over her arm. "Come on, darlings," said the first woman to the other two. "We'll sleep in the servants' rooms." She loudly threw the last two words back towards the corridor. Somebody out there laughed. "Something smells wonderful," continued the woman, and she swept over towards Hannah. "Is it dinner, darling? I hope so. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse." She lifted the cover from a pan on the stove. Hannah just stared at her. The man in the long coat smiled charmingly at them. "That's Caroline," he said. "You'll get used to her. I'm Andy, and this is Polly, and we're the actors from—" "The Company of Murder," breathed Caroline, and turned dramatically towards them. Then she picked up a piece of carrot from the table and put it in her mouth. Suddenly, a young man in a red coat, an orange scarf, and a yellow hat came into the room. "Hey, has anybody seen my—" He saw Hannah and Millie and stopped. "Oh, hello." "And this is Michael," said Andy. "Hello," said Michael, and he jumped up to sit on the kitchen bench near the door. He grabbed 3 apples from the bench and began to juggle them. "What's for dinner?" Millie smiled at his cheeky grin. "Nothing," said Hannah, "if you don't get out of my kitchen." But then another man walked slowly in. He was short and fat and without much hair. "I've forgotten my pyjamas," he reported unhappily. Michael stopped juggling and grinned at Millie. "Oh dear, Bernie," he said. I hope you won't need to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. If you do, someone could get a nasty surprise." All the actors laughed. Michael started juggling again. "Are there any more of you?" asked Hannah. "Only one, darling," said Caroline. "But he's not arriving until tomorrow morning. He plays the police detective." She dropped her voice low. "We don't need him until after the murder." Then she swept dramatically towards the door to the old staff bedrooms. "Come on, everybody out," she ordered. "We must let—" She turned, looked at Hannah, and waited. "Oh," said Hannah, "I'm Hannah, and this is Millie." Caroline smiled grandly. "We must let Hannah and Millie continue their work." And then she swept out of the room. Andy and Polly followed her, and Bernie went out the other door. "Hey, Millie, catch," said Michael, and one by one he threw her the apples he'd been juggling. She had to be quick to catch them. "See you later," he said, and jumped off the bench and was gone. Millie smiled. The actors were funny. Maybe the weekend wasn't going to be so bad after all. "Oh no," said Hannah. She was looking at her watch. "It's late. You need to set the table, Millie. The plates and glasses are in those cupboards, and the tablecloths are over there. Do it the way I showed you, okay? I'll come and check it later." Millie took the tablecloths and found her way to the dining room. Quietly, she went in. It was a large room with high ceilings. It had some comfortable chairs at one end, but most of the room was filled with a very long table. A big painting of some craggy rocks hung over the fireplace, and there were lots of other smaller paintings on the walls. Like the rest of the house, the room had seen better days. The table had marks on it, and the curtains and the dining chairs were faded and worn. But you could see how grand it once had been. You could almost hear the ghosts. Millie looked at a painting near a window along the wall from the fireplace. It was beautiful. She went to look at it more closely. A woman in a long white flowing dress lay on the wet ground. Her head rested on her hand. She looked asleep. In the distance was the shape of a man in a dark coat and hat. Behind him, the moon had risen over winter trees. The painting was very clever. It was beautiful, but it made Millie feel uncomfortable too. She looked at it more carefully. The woman wasn't sleeping. She was dead. There was a sudden noise behind Millie, and she quickly turned. A pretty blonde woman said, "Hello, I'm Susan, Adrian's wife. You haven't seen my husband anywhere, have you? I can't find him." "No, sorry," said Millie. "He has to get dressed for dinner," said Susan, and disappeared back into the hall. Millie laid the white tablecloths on the table and went back to the kitchen to get the plates. She had to make 5 trips between the kitchen and dining room before she had everything on the table. "Why didn't they build the kitchen closer to the dining room?" she asked Hannah when she returned from her last trip. She sank down onto a chair. "My feet are hurting already." "Don't sit down," said Hannah. "You have to go and put on your black dress." Caroline swept back into the room. She was now wearing a beautiful long red dress, a bright necklace, and a long feather in her hair. She looked amazing. "Yes, hurry, darling," she breathed to Millie. "We're on in 10 minutes. "On?" repeated Millie. "Yes, darling, on. On stage," explained Caroline. "Hurry, you'll be late, and I won't get my dinner on time, and that would be terrible." She swept out into the corridor and up the steps towards the hall. Millie ran to change her clothes. During the next few hours, Milly and Hannah worked hard. But Milly had fun too. All of the actors were at dinner. They mixed and chatted with the guests. Caroline and Andy pretended they were Lord and Lady Dunsany, and everyone pretended it was their house. Michael was playing a waiter, and he helped Milly to serve the drinks and the food. But he pretended to drink the wine himself and to become more and more drunk. He dropped things, fell over, fell asleep, and had a fight with the feather in Lady Dunsany's hair. He was very funny. The guests looked wonderful. The women wore long evening dresses, and the men were in elegant black suits. Milly listened to their conversations while she served the food around the table. "I'm glad there's a big fireplace in here," said Susan. "It's freezing outside. I think it may snow." "This is a wonderful house for a party, Lady Dunsany," said one of the guests, a woman in a green dress with a large necklace. "Thank you, Anne," said Caroline. The guest, Anne, picked up her wineglass. "It seems full of mystery and ghosts," she said. "And dust," added the man to her right. Everyone laughed. Caroline glared down the table at him. "What was your name again, young man?" The man gave her a cheeky look. "Brett, Lady Dunsany." "Yes," said Caroline slowly, and continued to glare at him. "I shall remember that." Everyone laughed again. "How long have you lived here, Lady Dunsany?" asked the very good-looking man on her left. "Well, Damien." Caroline moved closer to him. "I may call you Damien, mayn't I?" she breathed at him. He laughed. Caroline sat back in her chair and raised her wineglass. "Well, Damien, Lord Dunsany and I bought this house almost 20 years ago." She pointed down the table at Bernie. "Mr. Rochester wanted to buy it too. Didn't you, Mr. Rochester?" Bernie nodded. "Is that a clue?" Susan whispered across the table. But Milly didn't hear any more. She had to go back to the kitchen. When she returned, they'd finished their food. Some of the guests were standing, and one of them was taking a photograph. "Hurry up, Clive," laughed Susan. "Well, move away from the fireplace," the man said. "Stand in front of those curtains over there. That's better." He took the photograph. Milly took the empty dinner plates back to the kitchen. When she came back with the cake plates, Clive was in the hall on his mobile phone, and there was a lot of noise coming from the dining room. Milly looked in. Bernie and Andy, Mr. Rochester and Lord Dunsany, were shouting at each other while the guests happily watched. Milly put the cake plates on the end of the table. Caroline, Lady Dunsany, jumped out of her chair and tried to stop the men. Then suddenly Polly, who was playing Miss O'Halloran, began to cry loudly and ran from the room. Michael came out from under the table with a bottle in his hand and followed her out. "Don't cry, miss," he said. "There's more wine here." The guests all laughed. Lord Dunsany began to shout again. "You're full of lies, Rochester! Get out of here!" "Gladly!" cried Bernie, and went to the door. He turned back. "But remember this, Dunsany. I know your dirty secret." And then he walked straight into Clive, who was coming back into the room. Everyone laughed. Milly began to make space on the table for the birthday cake. "I'm really sorry, Adrian," she heard Clive say sadly, "but I'm afraid I'll have to leave." "Oh, no, Clive," said a few of the guests. "Now?" said a thin woman in a white dress. "I'm sorry, Penny," said Clive. "I told you yesterday it may happen." He went and put his arm around her. What is it, Clive? Asked Susan. There's trouble with this job I'm working on. The company's full of fools. And they called you at 10 o'clock on a Friday night? No, that's my fault. I turned my phone off for a meeting this afternoon, and I forgot to turn it back on. I just remembered, and there was a message. But why do you have to go now? Said Penny unhappily. Can't you go in the morning? Sorry, Pen. They want me there at 6:30 in the morning, and it's a 2.5-hour drive. I'd rather go tonight. He gave her a kiss, then said to Adrian and Susan, I'm so sorry, you two. I hope you have a great weekend. He turned to go. Have a piece of cake for me. Millie followed him out of the room, and he disappeared quickly up the stairs. She went to the kitchen to get the birthday cake. Hannah was sitting at the table with a cup of tea in front of her. She looked tired. One of the guests is leaving, said Millie. Hannah looked uneasy. The food wasn't that bad, was it? Millie laughed. Mum, they loved the food. Suddenly, Caroline swept into the room with Andy behind her. The food was wonderful, darling, she said to Hannah. Well done. They all heard a car engine start outside. I'm glad it's not me driving up that hill in the dark, said Caroline. Nor me, added Andy. In fact, my work tonight is done, so I'm off to a nice warm bed. Good night, everyone. Millie picked up the birthday cake. Are you finished too, Caroline? Nearly, darling, nearly. Millie carried the cake down the corridor and into the hall. After a nod from Susan, she lit the candles, turned off the dining room lights, and brought in the cake. Everyone began to sing Happy Birthday. When they had finished, Susan said, Don't turn the lights back on. It's nice with just the light from the fire. Millie served the cake and waited in the corner to see if anyone wanted a second piece. Penny finished her cake, took her glass of wine, and went to one of the windows. She opened the curtains. Susan went and put an arm around her. Clive will be all right, she said. But that road's so steep, said Penny. It must be 10 times more dangerous in the dark. He could easily go over the edge. And it's so cold tonight. There could be ice on the road. He'll be all right, repeated Susan. Come on. She closed the curtain and they went back to the table. And then suddenly someone was screaming in the hall. Everyone rushed in there. On the last few steps of the grand staircase lay the body of Miss O'Halloran, the top of her dress covered in blood. Lady Dunsany gave one more scream, then fell to the floor. The guests broke into nervous laughter. Oh, it's the murder, cried Susan. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Millie, who was standing behind the others, silently agreed with her. Oh, look at you, Adrian, laughed Susan. You're as white as a sheet. Everyone laughed. Then suddenly they all jumped again. An old black telephone on the small table next to Millie was ringing loudly. Chapter 3. Road Closed. Breakfast the next morning was at 8 o'clock. At 7:30, Hannah sent Millie to the dining room to lay the table. Millie opened all the curtains and then stopped to look at the grey day outside. Light rain was falling and it looked very cold. Millie wondered if the road was still closed. She smiled. Last night had been exciting. The elegant guests, the dramatic murder, and then the sudden phone call from Ed Halford to say that there was ice on the road and it was now closed. No one was allowed in or out. Penny had immediately said, "What about Clive?" and had taken the phone from Millie to speak to Ed herself. Ed had said he would call a friend in Hill End and ask him to look out for Clive's car. Penny had tried to call Clive on his mobile, but there was no answer. And then, 10 rather long minutes later, Ed had called to say that Clive had passed safely through Hill End, and the evening had ended happily. Milly moved to warm herself for a moment in front of the fire. Then she laid the clean tablecloths and carefully placed all the dishes and plates. When she had finished, she stood and looked at the room to check that she hadn't forgotten anything. No, everything was there. Wait a minute. Milly looked around the room. Something was different. The painting that Milly liked, the painting of the woman on the wet ground, wasn't there. It was gone. That was odd. Milly went back to the kitchen, then returned to the dining room with fresh coffee and pots of tea. Adrian, Brett and Anne were the first to come down to breakfast. "Good morning," said Milly. "Good morning," said Adrian. "I forgot to thank your mother for the wonderful meal last night. Will you tell her that we enjoyed it very much?" "I will," said Milly. "Thank you." Susan came in. "Good morning, everyone," she called brightly. "Have you solved the murder yet?" "We haven't got any clues," said Anne. "Except that Lord Dunsany has a dirty secret," said Susan, and she poured herself a coffee. Then she whispered loudly, "Milly, do you know anything? Have the actors told you their secret? Who's the murderer?" "You can't find out that way, Susan," said Brett. "That's not fair." Milly laughed. "No, they haven't told me anything." "Oh," said Susan, and reached for the milk. "You haven't seen a clue or anything odd?" "No," smiled Milly. "Except—" Everyone looked at her. "Well, yesterday," she continued, "there was a painting there." She pointed at the wall between the fireplace and the window. "And now it's gone." "Really? I don't remember it," said Susan. She looked at the wall. "Oh yes, you're right. Look, there's a square where the colour of the wall is a little bit darker. The painting must have hung there." She turned around. "It must be a clue. Oh, you clever thing," she said to Milly. "Well done." Milly smiled and started back to the kitchen. From the hall, she could hear Susan saying, "What was the picture of? I don't even remember it. Adrian, do you remember it?" Ahead of her in the corridor, Milly saw Michael coming out of his room. He was wearing his yellow hat. "Hello," he grinned and came towards her. He followed her into the kitchen. Bernie and Polly were in there already and were helping themselves to breakfast at the table. Michael sat down with them and grabbed a piece of fruit. "You were great last night," Milly said to them. She turned to Polly. "For a moment, I thought you really were dead." "Yes," laughed Polly. "We like to give people a bit of a surprise." "They'll really get a surprise if Rod doesn't get here," said Bernie unhappily. "Rod plays the detective," explained Michael to Milly. "He's on at 10:30, but the road's still closed. He can't get through." "Milly, wrap these scraps for me, will you?" said Hannah. Milly got a newspaper from the pile in the corner and put it on the end of the table. She went to get the scraps. "Listen," she said to the actors, "I hope it's all right, but I told some of the guests about the painting." "What painting?" asked Michael. Then his mobile phone rang and he pulled it out of his top pocket. "Rod," he said into it. "What's happening?" He listened for a moment, then said, "OK, see you soon." He put the phone back in his pocket. "The road's open again. Rod should be here in about 15 minutes. So you can enjoy your breakfast now, Bernie." Bernie didn't seem to look much happier. Michael grinned at Millie. "What were you saying about a painting?" Millie wrapped the scraps in a few sheets of newspaper. "You know, the painting in the dining room. I told them it had gone." "What painting?" asked Michael again. Millie looked carefully at him. Was he pretending that he didn't know? "Isn't it a clue?" "What clue?" laughed Michael. He turned to the others. "Has someone changed the script?" At that moment, Caroline swept in and stood next to Millie. She was dressed all in green with a turban on her head. "Who's changed the script?" she demanded. Michael pretended to glare at Bernie. "Bernie, have you changed the script?" Bernie tried to speak through a mouthful of food. Everyone laughed. "Millie says that a painting has disappeared from the dining room," explained Michael. "She thought it was a clue." "Oh, well, we didn't move it," said Caroline. "Perhaps those two caretaker people took it down for some reason." She suddenly looked more closely at the newspaper in front of Millie. "That newspaper's 5 months old." She smiled at Millie. "The 5th of September," she said grandly. "That was the week I opened in Romeo and Juliet at the Cheapside Theatre." She pointed at the newspaper. "If you look carefully, you'll find a nice bit about me in there." "Really?" said Millie, and began to search through the paper. "Has anyone heard from Rod?" asked Caroline. "He just called," said Michael. "He'll be here in 10 minutes. "Oh, good. I thought Polly may have to play the detective and investigate her own murder." "Millie, this hot food's ready," said Hannah. "Can you take it to the dining room?" Millie closed the newspaper and took the dishes from her mother. After breakfast, Millie stood alone in the dining room. She looked at the empty space on the wall. It was odd. If the actors didn't move the painting, then Ed or Lizzie Halford must have. But why? Perhaps it fell on the floor and broke. She turned to go. Through the glass doors on the other side of the hall, she could see the guests and the actors in the sitting room. The detective, Rod, was questioning them. He was tall and thin in a brown suit and hat. They all looked like they were having fun. Millie heard someone coming down the corridor. It was Lizzie. She looked through the glass doors, then turned and saw Millie. "I'll make their beds while they're busy," Lizzie said, and started to go up the staircase. Millie suddenly ran to join her. "Can I help you, Mrs. Halford?" "Lizzie, dear, Lizzie." "Lizzie, Mum's given me some free time." "Oh, well, that would be very nice. Thank you, dear." They went upstairs and into the first bedroom. Like the rooms below, it was grand, but faded. Susan's evening dress lay over the back of a chair. "Lizzie," Millie said while they made the bed, "there was a rather beautiful painting in the dining room last night." "Yes, dear." "But now it's gone. Did you or Ed have to take it away for some reason?" "A painting?" "Yes." "No, dear." "Oh." Millie pulled the bedsheet tight. "So, you didn't move the painting?" "No, dear." "And you're sure that Ed didn't either?" "Well, he didn't say anything to me about it." "Oh." They finished the bed and moved to the next room. "Then, where do you think it's gone?" asked Millie. "What, dear?" "The painting." "Oh." Lizzie looked around the room. "Maybe one of the guests likes it and they've hung it in their room." "You think that someone just took it off the wall and moved it?" asked Millie. "Well, dear, I don't know. It can't have gone far. I wouldn't worry about it if I were you. Lizzie picked up a pair of pyjamas from the floor. Millie looked around the room. The painting wouldn't be valuable or anything. Lizzie laughed. I don't think so, dear. Some of them aren't even very good. You'd only get a few pounds for them. She laughed again. If you find a valuable painting, let me know. Ed and I could go on a nice long holiday. She looked at her watch. Oh dear, it's nearly 11:30. Won't your mother need you in the kitchen? Oh, yes, said Millie. Thanks for your help, dear, said Lizzie, and then she went to the next room. Millie walked slowly back to the top of the stairs. Suddenly, below her, the glass doors opened and everyone came out into the hall. Is it really necessary to search all the rooms, Detective? Caroline was saying. My guests don't want everyone looking at their things. The guests laughed. A few looked nervous. I'm sorry, Lady Dunsany, said the detective, but we have to search the house from top to bottom. The knife that was used to kill Miss O'Halloran must be found. He started up the stairs, and everyone followed. Michael was at the back of the group. When he reached the top, Millie grabbed his arm and whispered, Have a look for that painting. What? He asked, surprised. In the rooms. Have a look for that painting. It's a woman on the ground with a man in the distance. Suddenly, Millie saw the detective looking at her. You're the cook's daughter, aren't you? He demanded. Yes, she grinned. The kitchen. A very good place to hide a knife. I shall talk to you later. And then he turned and disappeared into a bedroom. The guests and the other actors followed him, and Millie went down to the kitchen. Chapter 4. The Halfords. So you think someone's stolen the painting? Laughed Polly. Hannah, Millie and the actors were having a late lunch at the kitchen table. Well, said Millie. Aha! Caroline said dramatically. You're beginning to see mysteries in every corner. Come on, be fair to the girl, said Michael. If we didn't take it, and the caretakers didn't move it, and I didn't see it in any of the guests' rooms, then where is it? Finished Millie. Oh dear, said Bernie unhappily, and he took another sandwich. Who do they always blame when something disappears? The actors. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then Rod jumped to his feet, put on his detective's hat, and began to walk around the room. Uh-oh, grinned Michael. It's Detective Blakey. If you want to investigate this properly, miss, Rod said to Millie in his detective's voice, you're asking the wrong questions. The question you should ask is not, where is the painting, or indeed, who took the painting? The question you should ask is, why? That's right, interrupted Polly. My aunt has a second-hand shop, and the paintings in this house are just the kind of thing she sells. They're done by local artists or somebody's grandmother. They're not worth much. They're the kind of thing you could buy in any second-hand shop. Hannah stood and picked up her plate. Besides, even if it was the Mona Lisa, she said to Millie, you are not to say a word about it to the guests. Do you understand me? Not a word. It's none of our business. I don't want any trouble. This job is too important to me, you know that. But, Mum, forget it. After Millie had washed the dishes, she went to her room and put on her coat, scarf, hat and gloves. Hannah came in. "Is it okay if I go for a walk?" Milly asked. "Good idea," said Hannah, and sank onto her bed. "Do you want to come?" "No, thanks, love. I'm going to have a little rest. I'll need you back here at 4 o'clock, okay?" "Okay." Milly went back through the kitchen and out the back door. It was freezing outside. The wind was like ice. Milly pushed her hands into her pockets. This was good. She needed some fresh air. She walked around to the front of the house and looked up at it. It was a strange old place, out there in the middle of nowhere. It was no wonder that she thought something odd was happening there. "Forget it," she said to herself, and began to walk quickly along the road. The craggy hills rose up around her, and the clouds hung low. She decided to walk to the old stone bridge on the other side of the caretaker's cottage. It wasn't far. When she passed the cottage, she could see Lizzie in the window. It was odd. When Milly had told her about the painting this morning, Lizzie wasn't worried. She hadn't asked, which painting? She hadn't even stopped her work. Milly reached the bridge and looked down at the water on the rocks below. Maybe Lizzie didn't need to ask. Maybe she and Ed stole the painting. Well, that was a silly idea. Why would they take the painting now, with a house full of people? Milly looked up into the grey clouds. And why was she still thinking about this? The answer to that was silly too. It was because she liked the picture. Maybe it wasn't painted by a famous artist, but there was something different about it. Something strange and beautiful. And now it was gone. She looked across at the caretaker's cottage. Well, Mum had only said not to talk to the guests about it. Moments later, Milly knocked on the cottage door. Ed answered and led her into a small, warm sitting room. "Everything all right up at the house?" he asked. Yes, answered Milly. "Except I wondered about the painting." At that moment, Lizzie appeared. "Oh, I completely forgot to tell you," she said to Ed. "A painting's disappeared from the dining room." "Has it?" asked Ed, and looked at Milly. "Where's it gone?" I don't know." "Well, I'll have to go and look for it," said Ed. "Later," said his wife, "after a nice cup of tea." And she almost pushed him into a chair. "Would you like a cup, dear?" she asked Milly. Yes, okay, thanks." Lizzie disappeared into the kitchen. Ed ran a thin hand through his grey hair. Milly sat down. "It's the painting of a woman in a white dress in the moonlight," she said quietly. "On the wet ground. Do you remember it?" Ed thought for a moment. "Yes, I think I do. Near the fireplace?" He smiled. "You know, I don't think I've looked properly at any of those paintings for years." "Do you know anything about it? Who painted it, or—" But she didn't get a chance to finish. Lizzie interrupted with a plate of cake. "Have a piece of cake, dear. The tea's nearly ready." Ed stood up. "No, I don't know anything about the painting," he said. "But I do know that before he died, my father made a complete list of everything in that house. It's in a green book somewhere." "You're not going to look for it now, are you?" said Lizzie. She looked worried. "Was your father the caretaker here too?" asked Milly. Ed and Lizzie smiled at each other. "We live in the caretaker's cottage because we only need a small place," replied Ed. "But we're not caretakers. We're the owners." Millie was surprised. "You own Cave's house?" "Yes, and everything in it." Millie let out her breath. That meant the Halfords didn't take the painting. After all, you can't steal from yourself. "Not that the house is worth much," continued Ed. "We've tried to sell it, but nobody wants to buy it. Why would they? Hardly anyone comes here these days. They all go to see the caves at Farnley." "So you've lived here all your life?" asked Millie. "No," said Ed. "No, my mother left my father when I was very young, and she took me to live in Australia. I didn't come back here until about 25 years ago, and then my father died and I got the house. I still have a few of his things in the bedroom. The list should be there." "Oh, forget about it, Ed," said Lizzie, but he was gone. Millie looked at her. Lizzie didn't seem to want to talk about the painting. Why? Lizzie saw the question in her eyes. "It's Ed, dear," she said quietly. "I don't want him to worry about anything. He's not well, you see." A tear appeared at the corner of her eye. "In fact, he's very ill." "Oh, Lizzie," said Millie immediately, "I'm sorry." "So I don't want him to worry about anything, especially not about that house or anything in it. It's been enough trouble already. We can't sell it, but it doesn't make much money for us. Ed should be living somewhere warmer, but we don't have the money to move. We're stuck here." She stood up. "I'd better get that tea." And she went into the kitchen. Millie waited. Ed came back into the sitting room with an old book with a green cloth cover. "I knew I'd find it," he said. "Here it is." He sat down next to Millie and began to turn the pages. "Here we are." He stopped at a page marked Paintings. There was a list of about 50 paintings. Some had a name, while others had only a description. Some of them had the artist's name as well. Millie looked down the list. Would she recognize the painting by its name? Ed pointed to one. "Lady by the Lake. Is that it?" "No, I don't think so." Then suddenly, Millie pointed at another name on the list. "There! That's it! I'm sure that's the one! I'm sure that's the name!" "Murder in the Moonlight," read Ed. "Painted by Isadore Richmond." Millie suddenly stood up. "But that's—" She turned to Ed. "I have to check something." She started to go. "I have to check something." "What?" called Ed. But Millie was already running up the road towards Cave's house. Isadore Richmond. She had seen that name before. And if she was right... She ran around to the back of the house and threw open the back door. She was breathing hard. Hannah, who was in the kitchen, stared at her in surprise. "What's wrong? What's happened?" Millie looked at the table. She tried to catch her breath. "Where's the newspaper that I was reading this morning?" "The old one?" asked Hannah. "What? Yes," interrupted Millie. "Where is it?" Hannah looked around her. "Well, I think I wrapped the rubbish in it." Millie hurried back outside and over to a metal bin that stood not far away. She threw the cover of the bin onto the ground and started pulling out pieces of newspaper. "What are you doing?" asked Hannah at the door. Milly didn't answer. She took out each sheet of newspaper, searched both sides of it, and then threw it away and grabbed another one. Then suddenly she stopped. Excitedly, she held up a wet, torn and dirty piece of paper. "Here it is," she said. "Listen. Local artist has life after death." "What?" asked Hannah. But Milly continued to read aloud. "The artist, Isidore Richmond, who died 3 months ago at the age of 87, lived most of his life in Italy. But it may surprise many people to learn that he was born and lived the first 27 years of his life here in Romney. The art world has certainly been surprised by the prices of Richmond's paintings since his death. A work he painted in 1987, Careless, sold yesterday in London for £198,000. Chapter 5. Someone in the room. "I don't believe this," cried Hannah. "I don't believe it." She looked down at Milly, who sat unhappily at the kitchen table. "I told you to forget about it. And what do? You go digging around until you find this Isidore Richmond." She threw the sheet of newspaper on the table. "And what's going to happen now? Well, now you're going to ruin everybody's weekend, aren't you? And ruin any chance I had to get another job from these people. Well done." "Mum, the Halfords think the painting isn't worth anything, but it is. I'm not sorry I found out about it. It could change their lives. Besides, we can't just let the thief escape. I'm sorry about the catering job, but we have to tell the Halfords." "Tell the Halfords what?" Ed and Lizzie stood at the door. Milly slowly stood up and showed them the story in the newspaper. "I think someone's taken the painting because they know it could be worth a lot of money." Ed and Lizzie read the story, and then Ed sat down, the newspaper still in his hand. £198,000, he said in wonder. "I don't believe it." "Well, that is a surprise," said Lizzie. Ed turned to Milly. "And you say the painting was there yesterday evening, but it was gone this morning?" "That's right." Milly looked at Hannah, then back at the Halfords. "What are you going to do?" "Oh dear," said Lizzie. "We can't ruin Mr. Bennet's birthday party. They all seem to be very nice people. I'm sure none of them has taken the painting." "The actors seem really nice too," said Milly gently. "Yes," said Ed, and he put his head in his hands. Lizzie put a hand on his back. "Don't you worry about it, Ed. We'll get the police to come and they can investigate it." Ed smiled up at her. "Now, that would really ruin the weekend. No." He looked up at Hannah. "What are the guests doing this afternoon?" "The actors have brought them together in the sitting room. The detective is questioning them about the murder again. I have to serve tea at 4 o'clock. Ed looked at his watch. "That gives us nearly an hour. Are you sure they're all in there?" he asked Hannah. "Yes, I think so. Oh, except Polly, the actor who was murdered last night. I saw her earlier going for a walk." "Right," said Ed. "Hannah, you need to make the afternoon tea, but may we borrow Milly to help us search the rooms?" "Search the rooms?" repeated Milly, her eyes wide. Ed stood up. If we find the painting, we may find the thief. And instead of accusing everyone, we can talk to that one person quietly. If it turns out to be one of the actors, the guests need never know." Hannah smiled at that. "OK," she said, "but be careful." "We'll look in the actors' rooms first," said Ed. "And we'll stay near each other. If you have a problem, Millie, just call." 30 minutes later, Millie was moving silently about one of the rooms. She looked under the bed, inside the cupboards and behind the curtains. Going from room to room like this felt strange. The old house seemed to be watching her. She jumped at every small sound it made. She was glad this was the last room she had to search. There was a blue case against the wall. She looked at it uncomfortably. She didn't want to open it. Searching through other people's things wasn't nice. Most of the bags in the other rooms had been too small to hold the painting. The painting wasn't large, but it wasn't small either, so she hadn't looked inside them. But it could just fit in that case. Millie crept over and laid the case on the floor. There was a name on the top edge, Penny Harrington. Carefully, Millie opened it. Suddenly, a sharp voice behind her cut through the silence. "What do you think you're doing?" "The girl had her hands in my case," cried Penny. "And now you tell us that you've been in everybody's room?" The guests on one side of the sitting room stared at Ed, Lizzie and Millie on the other side. The actors stood together near the fireplace. "Oh dear," said Lizzie. Ed sat down. "We hoped we wouldn't have to tell you all." "Tell us what?" asked Adrian. Ed didn't look well. Lizzie went to his side. "About the painting that disappeared from the dining room," answered Millie. "It wasn't a clue in the murder weekend, but someone has taken it, for another reason. We found out that the artist who painted it is Isidore Richmond." "Who?" said Penny. "He's an artist who died earlier this year, and since his death, his work has become rather valuable. One of his paintings sold a few months ago for £198,000. There was complete silence for a moment. Then Brett said, "And I thought this place was full of dust and rubbish." The other guests laughed. "Wait a minute," said Adrian. "Are you saying that you think one of us stole the painting?" Everyone looked at Millie and the Halfords. "Well," began Millie, but then she couldn't find the words. "Have you been searching for the painting in our rooms?" demanded Penny. "Yes," said Ed quietly. "I don't believe it." She pointed at the other guests. "You think one of us took the painting? How ridiculous." She laughed and turned toward the actors. "Did you search their rooms too?" "Careful, Pen," said Adrian. "Oh dear," said Bernie. "Look," said Ed, "we didn't want to cause any trouble. I know we shouldn't have been in the rooms, but we thought that if we could find the painting, we could keep the whole thing quiet, and it wouldn't ruin the weekend for everyone." Penny glared. "Well, that didn't happen, did it?" "So, you searched all the rooms?" asked Adrian quietly. "Yes," answered Ed. "And did you find the painting?" "No." "Ha!" said Penny. "There you are. None of us took it. I told you this was ridiculous." "I don't think that's the point, Pen," said Susan softly. Ed moved uncomfortably in his chair. "Did anyone see anybody else in or around the house yesterday evening or this morning?" Everyone looked at one another. No. No one." "I see," said Ed, and the room went quiet. "What are you saying?" asked Penny. Millie said, "I saw the painting on the wall at about 6 o'clock yesterday evening, and I noticed it had gone at about 7:30 this morning. Someone must have taken it between those hours." "But anyone could have come into the house after dark," said Brett. "No," said Adrian. "I'm afraid they couldn't, unless they broke in. Ed gave me the keys yesterday, and I locked the doors after dinner." "Is there any sign of anyone trying to break in?" "No," said Ed. "So," said Penny, and slowly sank down onto the chair behind her. "So, it must have been taken by someone who's in this room." At that moment, Hannah appeared at the glass doors. "Are you ready for afternoon—" she began, but stopped when she saw Millie and the Halfords there. Rod dropped his detective's hat onto the back of a chair, sat down and crossed his legs. "Well, it wasn't me," he said happily. "I didn't arrive here until nearly 10 o'clock this morning." "Good for you," said Brett rather nastily. "But wait a minute, someone's not here. Where's the girl who was murdered last night?" "Her name's Polly," said Caroline with a tight smile. "She's in the kitchen," said Hannah. "I'll get her." Penny said, "Well, it wasn't me. I've never heard of this Isidore person. It wasn't any of us." She looked at her friends. "That's right," added Damien. "I mean, to be honest, none of us needs the money. I mean, I know £198,000 sounds like a lot of money, but—" Caroline finished his sentence. "But if you're wealthy," she said slowly and carefully, "it's a very small amount. For the rest of us, it's a rather large mountain of money. Thank you for pointing that out." The smile never left her face. Hannah came back in with Polly. "Hey, Polly," said Rod brightly. "Come and sit over here with the rest of the thieves." "I didn't say," started Damien. But Rod stopped him. "You know, someone else isn't here." He turned to the other actors. "Didn't you say one of the guests left last night?" Penny was immediately angry. "Are you accusing Clive? Clive doesn't need to steal a painting. Anyway, we were all in the dining room. We saw him drive away and the painting was still on the wall." She looked up at her friends. "Wasn't it?" "I can't remember the painting at all," said Adrian. "Wait a minute," said Susan, and picked up a camera from the low table in front of her. She turned it on and pushed a button on the back of it a few times. "Clive took some photographs of us near the fireplace last night, remember? Yes, look." She brought the camera over to Millie and showed her a photograph. "Is that the painting?" Behind the group of happy faces, Murder in the Moonlight was hanging on the wall. "Yes," said Millie. "There you are," said Penny happily. "The painting was still there when Clive left." She looked at Rod. "So," said Rod with a cheeky grin, "it wasn't me, and it wasn't Clive." He put his hands behind his head and rested back against the chair. Now what do we do?" Ed slowly stood up. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to call the police." "Oh dear," said Bernie. Ed and Lizzie went to the phone in the hall. Everyone looked at each other in an uncomfortable silence. "This is ridiculous," said Penny. She stood up and then sat down again. Caroline sat down and said, "Anyone else hungry?" "Yes," said Adrian to Hannah. "Perhaps you'd better serve the afternoon tea." Hannah grabbed Millie's arm and was leading her out of the room when Ed and Lizzie returned. "They've closed the road again," Ed told everyone. "The police can't come until it's open in the morning. They've asked that no one leaves the house before then." Chapter 6. In the night. Michael caught up with Millie in the dark corridor. "I'm so glad that's the end of dinner," he said. "I've never felt so uncomfortable in my life. Adrian thought that if we continued the murder weekend, it would give everyone a laugh. But it just made things worse. Every time someone said the word investigate or discover or clues, the whole room went quiet." "I know," said Millie. "It was horrible." They went into the warm, bright kitchen. Hannah was washing the dishes. Millie put the empty plates that she was carrying on the bench beside her. "Mum, leave those. I'll do them. You go to bed." "Thanks," said Hannah and dried her hands. "I'll say good night then." "Good night, Hannah," said Michael. "Good night." "I've ruined things for her this weekend," said Millie when Hannah had gone. "I've ruined things for everybody." "Yes," said Michael, then grinned. "But what else could you do? Besides, you haven't ruined the weekend. The person who stole the painting did that." Millie looked carefully at him. He put his hands in the air. "It wasn't me! I didn't take it, I promise." Millie half smiled and reached for a cup. "Do you want a hot chocolate?" "Okay." He sat down at the table. "So, who do you think took it?" asked Millie. "Oh," said Michael. "Well, of course, I don't want it to be any of the actors." Millie went to the refrigerator to get some milk. She poured it into a pan and put it on the stove. "Yes, but, well, the big question is, who knew the value of the painting? Remember Polly was talking about that aunt of hers who has a second-hand shop? Polly tried to tell me the painting wasn't valuable, but maybe she knew it was. And she wasn't with everyone else today. Perhaps she wrapped the painting very well and hid it somewhere outside." Michael smiled at her. "Maybe. But anyone could know about Isidore Richmond. I don't think I'd recognise one of his paintings, but I have heard his name before." Millie poured warm milk over the chocolate in the cups. "Susan's an art teacher," said Michael. "Is she?" Millie took the cups to the table and sat down. "Yes, I heard her talking to Damien about it. And Brett has an import-export business. Maybe he imports paintings. Who knows?" "I don't even know the name of the short man with the fat fingers," said Millie. Michael laughed at her description. "That's Charles." Millie smiled. "We're all in this strange old house together, but we really don't know much about each other, do we?" "No," Michael smiled back. Millie finished her drink and said, "I'd better go to bed." She opened her eyes. She could see nothing in the dark bedroom. But Hannah was still asleep in the other bed. She could hear her breathing. Milly sat up. She was hungry. That was the trouble with serving food to everybody else. You never ate enough yourself. She stood up and felt her way to the door. She went out quietly and felt her way along the corridor towards the kitchen. Suddenly, a light cut through the dark. A second later, it was gone. Someone else was awake. Someone with a torch. Milly stood still and listened. Her heart was beating fast. Then she laughed silently at herself. It was probably one of the actors who had been to the bathroom. Or perhaps someone else was hungry. Probably Caroline. She always seemed to be hungry. Milly continued towards the kitchen. Then there was a noise, and she stopped again. She took a second or two to recognize the sound, and then she smiled. She was right. Someone was hungry. Someone had opened the refrigerator. Milly walked to the end of the corridor. The kitchen door was half shut. She pushed it open. For a moment, like a camera taking a photograph, Milly saw something. The refrigerator door was open towards her and hid the body of the person behind it. But below the door in the light from the refrigerator, she saw a pair of black shoes. Then the door was quickly shut and everything was dark again. Milly didn't move. She listened. Who was in the kitchen? And where were they now? Suddenly, the bright light of a torch shone into her eyes, then came quickly towards her. She put a hand up in front of her eyes and kicked hard. Her foot hit something, and she heard a cry of pain. Then a hand grabbed her neck, and she was pushed up against the kitchen bench. "Get out of the way," a man's voice whispered angrily. His breath was hot on her face. "Why couldn't you keep your mouth shut?" She pushed him off her, and he seemed to fall backwards. She heard a chair fall over, and the torch went flying through the air, hit the table, and landed on the floor. Everything went black again. Milly ran to turn on the kitchen light. She felt along the wall in the dark. Suddenly, her fingers touched another hand. "Ah!" she screamed, and pulled her hand away. There were two of them. "Milly?" said Michael's voice next to her, and the kitchen light came on. At the same moment, the man behind her pushed his way out of the door. Michael and Milly both fell against the wall. "Hey!" said Michael, and ran into the dark corridor after him. Milly slowly sank to the floor. She was shaking. A few minutes later, Michael returned. "Are you okay?" he said, and helped Milly onto a chair. "Who was it?" she asked. "I don't know. I couldn't see very well, but I followed him into the hall. Then he completely disappeared. I turned on the lights, but I couldn't find him anywhere." Michael picked up the chair that had fallen over, and then noticed something under the table. "Hey, what's this?" he said, and got down on his hands and knees to reach for it. "Is this yours?" He held something up to show her. It was a mobile phone. "No," she said. "You don't think—" "Maybe he dropped it." Michael got up and pulled the chair over to sit next to Milly. He opened the phone. "It's turned on," he said, "but it's set to silent." Milly was still shaking, but she slowly took the phone out of his hands. She pushed a button and found the list of names and numbers stored in the phone. She began to read the list, but stopped at the third name. "Adrian B.," she whispered. She looked at Michael. "Adrian Bennett." There's only one way to find out. With a shaking hand, she pushed the call button and put the phone to her ear. It rang 5 times before Adrian's sleepy voice answered. Clive, what are you... Oh, it's 4:30 in the morning. What... But Millie didn't wait to hear any more. She pushed the button to end the call. It's Clive's phone. Clive? But how... He must still be here. Clive? Don't be ridiculous, cried Penny. Clive wouldn't hurt a fly. When Hannah had got up at 6 o'clock and heard about the attack on Millie, she immediately sent Michael to wake the Halfords. She had woken Adrian and Susan herself, and they had woken Penny. Now they had all come together in the dining room. So you're saying that he never left the house? Asked Adrian. Oh, this is crazy, said Penny. She marched backwards and forwards across the end of the room. We all saw him leave. But did we? Asked Millie quietly. What do you mean? Demanded Penny. Well, I heard a car engine start. And I saw the car go up the hill through that window there, interrupted Penny. Yes, continued Millie. So did Ed, as a matter of fact, from the cottage. Penny interrupted again. And that friend of his saw Clive drive through Hill End. He saw the car, corrected Michael. What? We all heard or saw the car, said Millie quietly. But did anyone actually see Clive in it? Everyone looked at Penny. Well, no, she said. I didn't actually see his face, but... Oh, this is ridiculous. Millie said, Michael and I have been thinking. Oh, really? Said Penny nastily. Did you come here with Clive on Friday? Millie asked her. Penny stood still and looked at her. Well, no. Of course, I was going to. Then he had a problem at work. He's an architect, and the people he's working for are being very difficult. And he thought he might be late. So I came down with Brett and Anne. So no one came with Clive? Asked Millie. No. But maybe someone was with him, said Millie. And that was the person who everyone saw drive the car away, and Clive never left the house at all. Penny stared at her. So you think Clive said to himself, I might see a valuable painting this weekend. I think I'll hide someone in my car and then I can steal it. That's ridiculous. I mean, he's never even seen this house. She suddenly stopped and looked at Adrian. Yes, he has, said Ed quietly. Adrian ran a hand through his hair. A month ago, he said. I was coming to see the house to find out whether it would be all right for the party, but then I was ill, and Clive offered to come here instead. He told me he was an architect, added Ed, and that he liked old houses. I went back to the cottage and left him here to have a good look around. Do you think he would recognise an Isidore Richmond painting? It's possible, said Adrian. Yes, it's possible. At the end of the room, Penny sank suddenly into the nearest chair. Oh, Clive, said Susan. What have you done? She looked out the window. And where are you? When the other guests heard about Clive, they all began looking for him. Penny thought that if he was found before the police arrived, he could explain and give back the painting and everything would be all right. They searched the house from top to bottom, but there was no sign of him. They were just putting on coats and hats and gloves to begin a search outside when the police called to say the road had opened again and they would be there soon. Ed received the call on the telephone in the hall and told the others. "Where are the caves?" asked Adrian. "Oh, no one can get in there," said Ed. "The way into the caves was closed years ago. You won't find him there." "We'll check anyway," said Adrian. So Ed and Lizzie took the guests outside to show them the way. Millie watched them go. Then Caroline, Rod and Polly appeared, also in hats and coats. "Well, darling," said Caroline to Millie, "since your little mystery has ended ours, we're going for a walk." And followed by Rod and Polly, she swept out of the front door. Millie smiled and started back towards the kitchen. When she passed the library, she saw Michael in there and stopped. He put down his book and grinned at her. "Have they found him yet?" "No. Adrian thinks he may be hiding in the caves." Michael looked at her carefully. "But you don't." "Well, I've been thinking." Michael laughed. "Yes?" "When he grabbed me in the kitchen, he said, 'Why couldn't you keep your mouth shut?' So he must know that I found out about the painting. He must be able to hear us. I think he's hiding somewhere quite close." Michael looked interested. "You followed him into the hall," said Millie. "And then you said he disappeared, didn't you?" "Yes. He couldn't go out through the front door. It was locked. I checked it. And I didn't hear him run upstairs. And I checked both the dining room and the sitting room, and there was no one there." Millie walked back to the hall and Michael followed her. The front door opened and Ed and Lizzie came in with 2 policemen. They took them into the sitting room. Millie looked around the hall, then walked into the dining room and back out again. She was looking carefully at the rooms. "Clive is an architect," she said. "Do you think he could see something that we can't?" She looked at the wood panelling of the wall beneath the staircase. Most houses had a cupboard under the stairs, and these stairs were so large. There must be lots of room under them. But there was no cupboard door. "He's in there," she said. She began to run her hands over the wall and push parts of the panelling. "There must be a door here somewhere." "A door?" said Michael behind her. "Be careful, Millie. If there is some kind of door there, he could rush out at you." He called to the police. "Could you come here, please?" Suddenly, a piece of panelling moved under Millie's hands and a door in the wall opened. One of the policemen moved forward, slowly opened the door with his foot and shone his torch into the dark corridor beyond. "Hello, sir," he said. And there was Clive. He was sitting on the floor next to the painting, his head in his hands. He slowly turned his face towards the open door. His eyes met Millie's. "Got me," he said. The policeman dragged him out, and one of them brought out the painting. Ed went to look at the hidden door. "I didn't even know that corridor was there," he said. "What's it for?" asked Millie. Clive half smiled at her. "The staff," he said. "Didn't you think it was a long way from the kitchen to the dining room?" "Yes," said Millie. "You mean the staff used to come through there?" Clive nodded. "That way the guests wouldn't see them." He stared hard at her. "They wouldn't get in anybody's way." But there's no door into the kitchen, said Lizzie. It's behind the refrigerator, said Clive, and gave a short laugh. The newest part of the kitchen. So you've been hiding in there since Friday night? Asked Milly. Well, that wasn't the plan, said Clive nastily. But yes, I had to take the painting the first night before Susan or someone else recognised it. I was going to be out of here before anyone woke on Saturday morning. But then the road was closed, and the plan went wrong. The front door opened, and Adrian, Susan, and the other guests came into the hall. Clive looked at the floor. The policeman beside him still held the painting. Penny came forward. Clive, why? Clive smiled to try to cover the look of shame on his face. Business is bad, Pen. I've been losing money for months and months. I was going to lose the whole business. I couldn't lose the business that my father started, could I? I needed some money quickly. When I saw the painting, I couldn't believe it. It was just hanging there. It was covered in dust. I talked a bit to Ed. I knew no one would miss it. I wouldn't even have to break in. It was going to be easy. Who drove your car away? Asked Adrian. Toby. Your brother? Said Susan, surprised. Yes. Clive turned to one of the policemen. But I won't say that again at the police station. He turned back to the others. I was going to take the painting and let myself out of the house after you had all gone to bed on Friday night and walk about a quarter of a mile up the road. Toby was going to come back and pick me up. But then the road was closed, he said bitterly. I called him in the middle of the night and told him to pick me up last night, but the road was closed again. He looked back at the hidden corridor. It was freezing in there. Come on, sir, said one of the policemen. The other one gave the painting to Ed. We'll have to send someone down to get photographs of this. He smiled, so don't sell it yet. The policeman led Clive outside, and Penny and the others followed. Milly went to the door. Caroline, Rod and Polly were watching from a distance. Then they came over, and they all went inside. Hannah was there. Are you all right? She asked Milly. They found him, said Caroline. Milly did, said Michael. In there. And he pointed at the hidden corridor. Aren't you clever, darling? Said Caroline. But we're never doing another murder weekend with you around. Your mystery was far too interesting. Everyone laughed. That's right, said Michael. We can't beat the mystery of murder in the moonlight. And everyone turned to look at the painting Ed was holding. Lizzie put a hand on Milly's arm and quietly said, Thank you, dear. You're welcome. Well, I think it's time for us to leave, said Caroline. And the actors began to go. Wait a minute, said Milly. Who did kill Polly? I mean, Miss O'Halloran. Don't you know? Asked Caroline. She doesn't know, she said to the other actors. Michael grinned. All the clues were there. You're not very good at this, are you? Said Caroline. Milly laughed. Just tell me. Maybe I will, said Caroline, and went and put her arm around Hannah and began to lead her toward the kitchen. If Hannah here will make us a little bit of lunch before we go.
Chapter 1. Scary Stories. Michael Rose had been working for the Lancashire Police for 7 years. He loved his job. Because he lived and worked in a small village, he knew many people by name. Even though he was only 33, he was an old-fashioned type of policeman. Friendly, caring, and ready to help. He liked the people of Pendle Lee, and the people of Pendle Lee liked Sergeant Rose. Crime was not a big problem. At the police station, days went by quite slowly. Many other officers liked to be in a bigger town or a city. But Michael loved being part of a small community. The village itself was also a lovely place to live. The church, which was in the centre, had been built in 1376. Many of the houses had been standing for a very long time. Even the pub, which was called the White Witch, was hundreds of years old. At the edge of the village, a river flowed through the fields and woods. On summer evenings, it was as beautiful as a painting. However, there was not very much for young people to do. Bored teenagers were often getting into trouble. In fact, most of the problems Michael had to deal with were caused by teenagers. Loud music, graffiti, and bad behaviour were the main things. Usually, he just talked to the young people and their parents. He hardly ever had to take one of them to the station. In 7 years, he had only arrested 5 people. Yet in those 7 years, he had found 11 lost dogs and returned them to their homes. Some policemen would have found that kind of life boring, but Michael was happy. It was the middle of summer. The sun had just set, and it was very late. Michael was at the police station. He was on the night shift. For a few hours, he had been doing some paperwork. Even in a small village station, there was a lot of bureaucracy. He had also had some coffee and had read the newspaper. The police station cat, Harriet, was sitting on his knee. She was purring. "Sorry, Harriet," Michael said. "You're going to have to move. I want another coffee." He tried to push the fat, tabby cat off his lap, but she didn't want to go. Suddenly, the phone rang. That's strange, Michael thought. Nobody ever called late at night, unless something was really wrong. He picked up the phone. "Pendle Lee Police Station," he said. "Oh, Michael," said a voice he recognised. It was Mrs. White, an elderly lady who lived on the edge of the village. "I'm sorry it's so late," she said. "But there's something happening in the cemetery." Michael sighed. Every now and again, a group of teenagers would gather at the Pendle Lee Cemetery. Wearing black clothes, they would light candles and play loud music. "Is it those kids again?" Michael asked. "Maybe," Mrs. White replied. "I can't sleep, and it upsets me that they go to the graveyard. My parents' and grandparents' graves are there." "Of course," said Michael. "I'll go right away. Then maybe you can get some sleep." Around 10 minutes later, Michael parked the police car at the cemetery gates. He could hear music. The yellow glow of candles told him where the kids were. He got out of the car and switched on his torch. Next to the gates was a very old house. In the past, the cemetery caretaker had lived in it, but the place had been standing empty for 20 years. Some of the windows were broken. Climbing plants had grown over the building. They had even gone through some of the windows. 200 years ago, it had been really pretty. But now it looked like something from a scary movie. Nobody went inside. Birds had made their homes in the empty rooms. Using his torch to light the way, Michael went towards the teenagers. Lots of candles were glowing on the graves. There was loud music, and some of the teenagers were standing in a circle singing. When Michael appeared out of the darkness, he frightened some of them. A girl nearly screamed. "Sorry," he said to her. "It's only me. Are you trying to make a ghost appear?" "It's none of your business," said a tall boy. He stepped forward into the torchlight. Michael knew who he was. His name was Alex. He was 17 years old, and his parents owned the bakery. "It is my business," Michael replied. "This is a cemetery. It's an important part of this community, and having a party here isn't respectful." The girl who had nearly screamed came across to Michael. "We can do what we want," she said. She was trying to sound brave after her fright earlier. Michael recognized her now. Katie Lewis. She was only 14, and she should have been at home in bed. "What are you doing?" Michael asked. "Are you trying to make contact with witches? I don't think you'll have any luck tonight." Pendle Lee was in a part of Lancashire that was famous for its witches. In the early 17th century, some women and men from the area had been arrested. It was said that one talked to a black dog that was really the devil. The villagers believed that witches had made some people sick and even killed them. It was believed that cows stopped giving milk because of magic spells. The unlucky women and men were kept in prison at Lancaster Castle. The witches had been hung in 1612. Many people went to watch. Now the witches were seen as ordinary people who were scapegoats of the community. But the stories had continued until the present day. The Lancashire witches brought many tourists to the area. People could buy toy witches. Lancaster Castle even had a special tour of the old prison rooms. And every year, on Halloween, people from all over walked up Pendle Hill in the dark. Pendle Lee had its own stories too. Some were about the cemetery. The first graves were over 700 years old. Long before the big Pendle Lee Church was built, an even older church existed where the cemetery was. The stories told of witches meeting at the place where the old church once stood. It was said that they danced around large fires and tried to see the devil. The ghost of a witch called Agnes Cott was said to haunt the graveyard. Some people said that the caretaker's house was haunted too. Strange noises were heard late at night. Strange lights were seen too, even when the teenagers were in their beds. Michael switched on his torch again. "Time to go," he said to the kids, "before the ghost of Agnes Cott really does appear. Then you'll all run screaming back home anyway. You can't stop us, said Alex. We'll come back again. The more this community hates us, the happier we are. I'm sorry you feel that way, said Michael. He did understand. There was nothing for teenagers to do in Pendle Lee. He thought that young people's discos at the church hall were a good idea. The villagers were worried about noise and alcohol. However, having teenagers on the streets at night was a bigger problem. After the kids left the graveyard, Michael looked around. There wasn't any graffiti on the graves tonight. In the past, there'd been a problem with graffiti. Even some of the headstones had been smashed. That was a few years ago. Alex and the other young people were angry and bored. But Michael didn't think they would do anything that bad. He decided to keep an eye on them anyway. A few days later, Michael was on a normal afternoon shift. He liked to work during the day because there was more to do. He could walk around the village and talk to people. He could stop by the different shops and chat with the owners. At the station, other officers would come in from time to time. Even Harriet the cat liked the daytime best. On sunny days, she could lie on the step outside the station. Anybody coming in or going out would have to step over her. Mr. Murphy, an elderly man, had called in at the station to give Michael some beans. Mr. Murphy had grown them himself in his allotment. He was always stopping by with fresh vegetables. Like many older people, he used his allotment for pleasure rather than needing the food. He grew more than he could eat. Michael was just admiring the fresh green beans when his mobile rang. "I'll just get that," Michael said to Mr. Murphy. He put the beans down. The call was from his boss, who had an office in the city. "We've just heard from the Oswald Gallery," the chief inspector said. "They called the national emergency number. Can you go there, Michael? They've been burgled." Michael switched on the sirens as he drove quickly through the village in his car. As he drove, he thought about the gallery. He hadn't been there for over 3 years, but he used to go a lot. That was because his ex-girlfriend, Sarah, loved art. Sarah had left to go to America about 3 years ago. She worked in art restoration and had been offered a job in Boston. After thinking long and hard, she decided to take it. But Michael couldn't get a job with the police in the United States. He didn't want to stop being a policeman either, so he stayed in Pendle Lee, and Sarah moved to Boston. The Oswald Gallery was just outside the village. It was in a beautiful 18th century house. A man called John Oswald had built the house, and the gallery was named after him. It took Michael around 10 minutes to get there. When he arrived, he walked to the door. 2 elderly women quickly came to meet him. They looked upset. Both of them started speaking at once. "Oh, Sergeant, thank goodness you're here," one of the women exclaimed. "I'm Joan Potts. I work here." "We don't know how it happened," the other lady was saying at the same time, "but it's my fault." "No, Lottie, of course it's not your fault," said Joan. "Yes, it is," Lottie exclaimed. "I'm so angry with myself." Michael raised his hands. "Let's stay calm," he said. "We'll go inside, and you can tell me all about it. Then we'll start searching for the thief." Chapter 2. Past Life. Once inside, Michael took out his notebook. "Now tell me what happened," he said. "No one had come to visit for over 2 hours," said Joan Potts. "It was a slow day." Lottie Bingley sat down behind the reception desk. "I'm afraid I left the reception," she said. "Every year we have a competition for artists. People from all over Lancashire send in their paintings. This morning we had some new paintings come in, and I was very excited. I wanted to see them, even though it's not my job to unpack them. I went upstairs to look. While I was gone, someone came in and stole one of our paintings, so it's all my fault." Michael looked all around the room. "Don't you have security cameras?" he asked. "No," Joan replied. "It would cost a lot of money. But we never imagined that someone would steal from the Oswald Gallery." "And neither of you saw anybody?" Michael asked. "No," both women replied at the same time. "We didn't see or hear anything," said Lottie. "Let's have a look at where the painting was hung," Michael said. The women led him into one of the gallery's little rooms. Modern galleries had lots of space and white paint, but the Oswald Gallery was different. The building had many small rooms and halls. The walls were covered in beautiful old wood. The windows were very small. As visitors walked around, they could imagine living 300 years ago. Paintings were hung on all the walls, but in one place there was an empty spot. "It was here," said Joan. "It was called Summer." Michael took out his phone. "I'm going to call the crime scene police," he told Joan and Lottie. "Someone will come round and check for fingerprints. I'll also need a photograph of the painting, please. It'll help in the investigation." "I'll go and find one," said Lottie. "The artist was Butterworth, of course." The Oswald Gallery was small and not very important, but it had the largest collection of Butterworth paintings in the country. Tristan Butterworth was a famous painter from the 1940s and 50s. He had lived near Pendle for many years. When he died in the 1980s, many of his best paintings were given to the gallery. People came from all over the United Kingdom to see them. Lottie came back into the reception and handed a large photograph to Michael. "Here it is," she said. "Summer. It's a wonderful picture, isn't it?" Michael looked at it. It showed a beautiful summer scene. In the background, the sun shone on a river. Green fields and trees were all around. In the front of the painting, there was a large tree, and under it sat a young woman. She was wearing an old-fashioned yellow dress and a big hat. "This was painted in 1951, Lottie said. Looking at it makes me feel so calm. It almost feels like you're really there. It's lovely, said Michael. I'll need to keep this photograph for our investigation. Is that okay? Of course, said Lottie. We'll do whatever we can to help. Back inside his car, Michael phoned his boss, Chief Inspector Blake. He gave Blake all the information he had so far. The inspector was very busy. Michael could tell he wasn't very interested in a painting stolen from a village gallery. The city had more crime than the police could deal with. They should have had security cameras, Blake said angrily. He told Michael to contact the Art Loss Register. It kept an international database of art that had been stolen or lost. If a rich person or museum wanted to buy a piece of art, they could find out if it was stolen through the register. If it was, the buyer could alert the police. The thief, who was trying to sell the art, could then be caught. It was hard to find stolen art. Sometimes the buyer knew it was stolen, but didn't care. Sometimes a group of thieves would plan a big burglary, and then wait for many years before selling the art in places like Africa or South America. Can you deal with this? Blake asked Michael. I don't have another officer who can come down there right now. It's too bad we have to send you a crime scene officer just to take some fingerprints. I still think it's a good idea, Michael said. The inspector was often in a bad mood, and Michael was glad he didn't have to work in the city with him. You know we're on terror alert, don't you? Blake went on. We may have to send officers to Manchester or London at any moment. You too, Sergeant. I know, Michael replied. Leave everything to me, Inspector. I'll send you my reports. After the phone call was finished, Michael opened the car window. He took a deep breath of fresh air. Then he looked at the photograph of Summer again. The young woman in the picture was very pretty. She had long, wavy blonde hair. She looked out across the fields. Michael wondered if the woman had been real, or if she had come from the painter's imagination. Michael was soon back at the station. He immediately contacted the Art Loss Register. He informed them about the stolen painting and gave all the details. Then he went out and interviewed the villagers. He was hoping someone had seen something strange, like someone hurrying away from the village. Meanwhile, the crime scene officer was exploring the gallery. If fingerprints were found, they would be put into the police fingerprint database. If the thief had done anything wrong before, his or her prints would be in the database. They would match with the prints from the crime scene. Then the police would have a name. Over the next 2 days, Michael was busy. He put up signs about the burglary. The signs asked people with any information to call the police or the National Crime Stoppers number. He also went from house to house, asking the villagers if they had seen a stranger in the village. A few couples and families had had picnics or had stopped at the White Witch pub. But nobody had been behaving strangely. He made copies of the summer photograph. Then he took them to all the art shops and auction houses in the area. He sent the photo to colleagues in Preston, Manchester, and even London. At the station, he put the photo on the wall. Instead of trying to find a stolen painting, he began to feel that he was trying to find the beautiful woman. It seemed very important to take her back to the gallery where she lived. After a few days, the other police officers started to joke about Michael's painting. He looked at it 100 times a day. Sometimes, when he was talking to someone, his eyes would go to the photograph. "Have you fallen in love?" some of the officers asked. Michael no longer chatted with the villagers. He didn't seem to have time anymore. Even Harriet the cat seemed in a bad mood because of summer. Michael only wanted to hunt for the painting and was no longer interested in playing with her. Whenever he had a moment, he was on the phone or visiting auction houses, asking about the painting. Even when he was not at work, he'd visit places that sold old paintings. On Tuesday afternoon, the phone rang. It was exactly 5 days since summer had been stolen. Every time the phone rang, Michael hoped it was about the painting. It was Joan Potts from the gallery. "Something terrible has happened," she exclaimed. "Lottie has been taken to hospital. Another painting was stolen, and this time the thief pushed Lottie down the stairs. She's unconscious." After going straight to the gallery and looking at the crime scene, Michael went to the hospital with Joan. They were both very worried about Lottie. Because she was old, her chances of getting better quickly were not good. She'd hit her head quite badly and broken one of her legs. Joan couldn't help crying as they stood in the waiting room at the hospital. The doctor in charge promised to call Michael as soon as there was a change. Michael needed to ask her about what happened. Perhaps Lottie saw the thief coming up the stairs. But while she was unconscious and in danger, all he could do was wait and hope. Meanwhile, he needed to contact the Art Loss Register about the second stolen painting. It was another Butterworth, called Evening in June. This time it was of a terrace outside a lovely old house. There was a table with teacups and a teapot, and a large strawberry cake. On one of the chairs sat a woman. Michael recognized her as the woman from summer. This time she was dressed in a pretty purple dress. She was reading a book. In the background were green hills, and the sun was just going down. The sunset seemed to make the picture glow. Michael thought it was strange that both paintings were of the same woman. There were many Butterworth pictures that showed landscapes or still life scenes. Only a few had the young woman in them. Perhaps that was a clue. "Who was she?" Michael asked when he called Joan that night. "Don't you know?" asked Joan. "It's Sylvia. Sylvia and Tristan Butterworth got married in 1950. She was very beautiful and was his model for some of his paintings." "Maybe, if we find out more about Sylvia Butterworth, it might give us a clue," Michael said. Perhaps the thief wants to collect paintings of her. Good idea, said Joan. Maybe he's obsessed with her. We have an archive at the gallery. It has a lot of information about Sylvia in it. You can look at it if you like. The next day, after his afternoon shift, Michael went back to the Oswald Gallery. It had been closed, and there were plans to buy security cameras. The risk of someone getting hurt again was too big. Joan took Michael upstairs to a small office. It was filled with filing cabinets. "This is the Butterworth archive," Joan said. "The filing cabinets are full of photographs and letters. They belong to both Tristan and Sylvia. There are also lots of papers about Butterworth's paintings and exhibitions. You can look through them if you like." Joan made him a cup of coffee. Then she gave him the keys to the gallery and the code number of the alarm system. She went back to the hospital, where she spent her evenings sitting with Lottie. Michael was alone. He didn't know where to start looking. All he knew was that someone had a reason for stealing Butterworth's paintings of Sylvia. Perhaps the past would give him a clue. First, he pulled open some files of photographs. There were lots of black and white ones. There were many of Sylvia by herself. Michael knew they were not important for the investigation, but he couldn't help looking. Some were of Sylvia when she was very young. Most showed her in her 20s and 30s. Michael felt that he had never seen anyone more beautiful. Sylvia had big, dark eyes and a glowing smile. She was quite tall and looked strong and confident. When she was younger, she had worn her long hair down. When she was older, she wore it up, in the style of the 1950s. Her clothes were always pretty and looked good on her. In some of the photos, she was with a man. Michael recognized him as Tristan Butterworth. The names, places, and dates were written on the backs of many photos. There were many pictures, for example, of Tristan and Sylvia in a gorgeous landscape. In the background were lakes and mountains. On the backs of the pictures were the words Honeymoon, Cumbria, 1950. The couple looked very happy. Some of the photographs showed other people too. There were many that had been taken on the terrace of a house. Michael thought it was the same terrace as in Evening in June. In the photos, lots of people were standing around. They had glasses of wine and cigarettes. In other photos, the same people were sitting under a tree, having a picnic. Behind them, the Pendley River flowed. Everyone was smiling at the camera. There were a few pictures of Butterworth with another man. The pictures said Nigel and Tristan, with different places and dates. There were also pictures of Nigel and Sylvia. Next, he looked at some old letters. There were lots from Sylvia to Tristan. Michael began to read. He read for a long time. When he looked at his watch, he had been reading for over an hour. He had been in a different world. It seemed as though Sylvia was writing to him. He put down the letters and picked up some different ones. All of them were to Sylvia from a man named Nigel Huxley. Some were dated from 1941 to 1944 and had been sent from France. Michael looked through them quickly. Huxley had written about being a soldier in World War II. He wrote about being frightened when bombs fell close by. He also told her about other soldiers who had died. Some of the letters were very serious, but others were full of fun. In these light letters, he wrote about parties and friends. Huxley had written, "To my darling Sylvia," at the top of the letters. It was clear that he had been in love with her. Michael took out his notebook and wrote down Nigel's name. Perhaps he was still alive. Maybe he had more information about Sylvia and the paintings. Michael had been in the archive for hours. At last he decided to go home. He wanted to come back as soon as possible, because there were many more letters and papers to look at. But before he left, Michael opened the filing cabinet with the photos. There was one he wanted to see again. The photo showed Sylvia sitting on a beach. She was wearing a big sun hat and a white dress. Her hair was down. In her hands was a small book. She had stopped reading and was looking into the camera. But instead of smiling, Sylvia looked serious. Michael felt that she was looking right at him. Before he could stop himself, he had picked up the photo. Then he put it into his pocket. He had never stolen anything in his life. Now he was a thief, just like the person who had taken the paintings. Michael had spent many hours in the archive, and it was now night time. On his way home, he drove past the cemetery. He was worried that the teenagers were there again. Suddenly, he saw something. It looked like the glow from a candle or a torch. It seemed to be moving among the graves. "Those kids," Michael said out loud. He looked at his watch. 12:16 a.m. Michael stopped the car at the gates and got out his torch. Then he went into the cemetery. The light seemed to have disappeared. He listened, but he couldn't hear anything. The moon was shining brightly, and the air smelled like cut grass and old flowers. He walked on. The graves looked quite scary in the dark. Although he didn't believe in ghosts, Michael didn't feel very brave. It was like a graveyard scene from a scary movie. Suddenly, he got angry. The teenagers were probably hiding from him. Maybe Alex and his friends were all sitting behind the headstones, waiting for him to go away. They probably thought this was funny. Michael decided to switch off his torch and wait for the kids to come out. The moonlight helped him to see quite well. But suddenly a cloud moved across the sky, and the moonlight disappeared. It was very dark. Michael turned around in a circle. Nothing. No light. And he still couldn't hear anything either. He was about to switch his torch back on when he saw a small light. It was near the old caretaker's house. There was someone there. Michael put on his torch again. He shone it across the graves towards the empty old house. "Hello?" he called out. Immediately the candlelight disappeared. Michael started to walk. "It's Sergeant Rose here," he shouted. "What are you doing?" When he reached the house, he shone his torch all around. There was nobody there. However, a strange symbol had appeared on the front door. It showed 3 stars inside a circle, painted in yellow paint. He tried the door, but it wouldn't open. He went up to some of the windows and shone his torch inside. The rooms were empty, apart from some broken tables and chairs. There were spiders' webs everywhere. "Whoever you are," Michael said to the empty air, "you should go home." Suddenly he heard a ghostly laugh. He couldn't tell if it was a man's or a woman's voice. Before he could turn around, there was a sharp pain in his head, and he was falling towards the ground. Chapter 3. Young Woman with Flowers. When Michael finally opened his eyes, his clothes were wet from lying in the grass for a long time. He put his hand to his head. When he looked at his hand, there was something dark on his fingers. Blood. He felt sick, and his head hurt. His torch was lying on the ground, but it wasn't working anymore. Michael looked around. He didn't know what to do. The best thing would be to call his boss, then go to the hospital and get a doctor to look at him. He stood up. All he wanted to do was get into bed. Slowly he went back to his car and drove home. Early the next morning, Michael went to the station. He wrote a report about what happened in the graveyard. His head still hurt badly, but he didn't want to spend the day waiting to see a doctor. Instead, he called the hospital about Lottie. She was still unconscious, and the doctors were doing all sorts of tests. After the hospital call, he phoned the homes of Alex and some of the other teenagers from the cemetery. He asked their parents to bring them down to the station as soon as possible. If Alex had hit Michael, he was in serious trouble. Then he arranged for another officer to talk to the teenagers. Although Michael wanted to talk to Alex and the others himself, he was a witness to a crime. He couldn't be the questioning officer too. Then Michael searched the internet for Nigel Huxley. Huxley might have information about the paintings or Sylvia. He found out that Huxley had also been an artist. He was a sculptor, but he was not as famous as Butterworth. His last sculpture was made in 1967. Now Huxley lived in the village, only 20 kilometres from Pendle-Lee. He was 85 years old, and it seemed that he was very rich. Michael thought about everything he now knew about Huxley. He lived nearby and knew about art. And although he was old, you didn't have to be fit to push an old lady downstairs. He had been in love with Sylvia. Perhaps he had driven to the gallery. He could have stolen Summer while Lottie was looking at the new paintings upstairs. The second time, Lottie may have seen him stealing Evening in June. He might have pushed her down the stairs, then put the painting in the car and driven home. Michael decided to pay Huxley a visit. But first he put out some cat food for Harriet. The big tabby was still in a bad mood. Michael just wanted to talk about, think about, and dream about those paintings. He had no time for cats or the other villagers. When Mr. Murphy came in that morning with a bag of aubergines, Michael had simply thanked him and looked back at the computer. At lunchtime, Michael drove to the nearby village. It took him a long time to find Huxley's house. The house was very large. In fact, it was a mansion, but it was hidden behind lots of trees on the edge of the village. Michael parked the police car in front of the house. It was a lovely old place. There were lots of steps leading to a big door. Michael went up and rang the bell. After a few moments, an elderly woman opened the door. "Mrs. Huxley?" Michael asked. "No, I'm the housekeeper," the woman said. She looked at his police uniform and car. For some reason, she didn't seem too happy. "Do you want to see Mr. Huxley?" "Yes, please, if he's at home," Michael replied. "You'd better come in," said the housekeeper. Michael followed her into the house. "Wait here." The housekeeper pointed to a chair by the door. She wasn't friendly at all. Michael wondered if she ever smiled. He sat down. The big hall was painted a light green. The floor was made of gorgeous dark wood. In the corner stood a large sculpture. Michael couldn't really tell what it was. It could have been a woman with long wavy hair. Or a tree. Whatever it was, it looked very modern. Suddenly the housekeeper appeared again. "You can see Mr. Huxley now," she said. "He's in the living room." Nigel Huxley sat in a big chair. He didn't look 85 at all. He seemed a lot younger. But perhaps that was because of his bright blue eyes. He looked intelligent and full of energy. "I'm sorry about my housekeeper," Huxley said. "She's not very nice to visitors, even policemen." Michael looked around the living room. The sun was shining through the large windows. There were 2 huge sofas and a few chairs. In the middle of the room was a round table. Lots of books were everywhere, on the table, on bookshelves, and on the floor. There was also a beautiful old fireplace. Above the fireplace, on the wall, there was a painting. Michael immediately recognized Sylvia. "That's a Butterworth picture," he exclaimed. "Yes," Huxley said. "It's called Young Woman with Flowers. Tristan Butterworth gave it to me." The painting showed Sylvia holding lots of flowers. They were pink, orange and red. The background was a dark green, and Sylvia was wearing a green dress. Michael couldn't take his eyes off the picture. Even when the housekeeper came in with tea and biscuits, he couldn't stop looking at Sylvia. "How can I help you?" Huxley asked, taking a cup of tea and a chocolate biscuit. Michael finally took his eyes off the painting and looked at the old man. "I'm sorry, Mr. Huxley. I should have introduced myself. I'm Sergeant Rose, from the police station at Pendle Lee. You heard about the robbery at the gallery? Asked Michael. Of course, Huxley replied. I collect Butterworth paintings. I'm often at the Oswald Gallery. You know that Lottie Bingley is unconscious in hospital? Michael asked, watching Huxley closely. Yes, it's very sad and upsetting, Huxley said. Michael looked at the picture of Sylvia above the fireplace. Somebody wanted those pictures very badly, he said. Badly enough to almost kill an elderly woman. Both paintings were of Sylvia. I think we should look for someone who is obsessed with her. Huxley's eyes shone, and he gave a small smile. So you've come to question me, he said. Good detective work, Sergeant Rose. It's true. I was in love with Sylvia. She and I grew up together. Our families were friends. We lived in the same village and went to the same church. Even when I was a teenager, I loved her. I met Tristan Butterworth at art school. Sylvia would model for us both. Then the Second World War started. I became a soldier. But Tristan couldn't join the army. He had polio when he was a baby, and there was something wrong with his leg. While I was in France, Tristan and Sylvia fell in love. I wanted them to be happy, so we stayed friends. What happened to Tristan and Sylvia? Michael asked. He'd almost forgotten about the stolen art. The Butterworths moved to America in the 1960s, Huxley went on. We wrote letters at Christmas, but after a few years, our letters stopped. I heard they were living in New York. Tristan had an exhibition at the Museum of Modern Art. Then I read in the paper that he had died in 1986. I never saw Sylvia again. I tried to find her, but with no luck. Now my paintings of Sylvia bring back wonderful memories of summer. Would you break the law to get more of those memories? Michael asked. I'm sorry to disappoint you, said Huxley, but I didn't steal those paintings. So you won't mind if I look around your house? Michael asked. Yes, I do mind, Sergeant Rose, the old man replied, standing up. My house is private. If you don't have a search warrant, please leave. Huxley was starting to get angry, but Michael knew he was right. Without a search warrant, the police couldn't search someone's home. Michael had to leave. He thanked Huxley for his time. On his way out to the car again, he thought about the old man. Firstly, he seemed obsessed with Sylvia and collected paintings of her. Secondly, he was familiar with the Oswald Gallery and lived close by. Thirdly, he didn't want the police looking around his house. Michael decided to call Chief Inspector Blake to find out if he could get a search warrant for the mansion. Later that night, Michael decided to go to the gallery. He wanted to look in the archives again, and still had the key. He wasn't really thinking about the investigation. He was wondering if Sylvia was still alive in New York or somewhere else. She would be an old woman by now. In his imagination, however, she was a beautiful young woman. He wanted her to stay that way. He still kept the photo of Sylvia in his wallet. Every now and then he took it out and looked at it. Before he left for the gallery, he called Joan Potts. He wanted to let her know that he would visit the archive. Now that the gallery was closed, she believed the paintings would be safe. However, she was still happy to know that a policeman was around. She also told him that they had bought a new security system. There were cameras for every room. In 2 days' time, it would be installed. Then they could open the gallery again. Meanwhile, Lottie was out of danger. She could open her eyes and talk a little bit. She had no memories at all of the robbery. She was confused about being in the hospital. Still, Michael was relieved that she was getting better. Chapter 4. Voices in the Dark. By the time Michael got to the Oswald Gallery, the sun had nearly disappeared. He parked his car right in front of the door and was shocked about what he saw. There was graffiti all over the front of the building. It was the same yellow paint that he'd seen at the caretaker's house, and the same symbols. Then he saw the broken window. The hole was big enough for someone to climb through, but bits of glass were still sharp. The robber had probably been hurt. Michael looked through the broken window. A big rock from the garden was lying inside on the wooden floor. Bits of broken glass were everywhere. On one piece of glass, he saw something red. It looked like blood. The thief had been cut. This meant that the police could get an important DNA clue. Michael immediately took out his mobile phone. He called the city station. Another officer would come to Pendle Lee as soon as possible. The crime scene officer would come too. Michael didn't want to stand outside waiting. He decided to go in. Perhaps the thief was still in the gallery. Trying to stay calm, he opened the front door. Then he stopped and listened. He couldn't hear anything. He took another step. The wooden floor made a loud noise. Then slowly and quietly, he went to the room with the broken window. There were paintings on the wall. Some of them were landscapes from the Butterworth collection. There were also sculptures, but Michael was more interested in the blood. It was a very dark red, because it was almost dry. It made a small trail across the floor and into the hall. Michael followed it. The trail went up the stairs, along the hall, and into another room. It stopped in front of a wall. There was an empty space where a painting once hung. Suddenly, there was a shout from downstairs. The 2 other policemen had arrived. Michael went downstairs and greeted them. He told them about the trail of blood and the stolen painting. "Can you go through the rest of the building?" he asked the constable, whose name was John Ritchie. "I'm going to look in the garden." "I'll get fingerprints and blood," said the crime scene officer, "but I don't think we'll get a match." There were no matches on our fingerprint database last time. Just as Michael was about to go outside, the constable called him back. "You're the one who was hit in the graveyard, aren't you?" he asked. "I talked to those teenagers. Every single one has an alibi. Even Alex, who is an angry young man. One day he'll end up arrested for something, believe me." Michael thanked him, then took his torch and went outside. There was no moonlight, so it was very dark. He walked all around the building, looking and listening. On one side of the garden was the car park. 2 police cars were parked there. On the other side of the garden there were woods. They made a good hiding place. Michael went into the trees. It was very dark, almost black. The trees looked very tall in the white light from the torch. Michael thought about his visits to the cemetery. Now he was walking through woods at night. His torch had become his best friend. It was a good thing he did not believe in ghosts or witches. If they were real, he would have seen one by now. In fact, he felt like the ghost of Pendle Lee himself. That's what happened when you spent too much time in graveyards and dark places. Suddenly, he heard a noise. He immediately stopped walking and listened. He wondered if it was a small animal making noises in the dark. But then he heard a voice. Another voice answered. 2 people were hiding in the woods. Michael took out his phone and called P.C. Ritchie. He spoke very quietly and quickly. The constable agreed to join him. In less than a minute, the constable was there, walking softly through the trees. Then they both switched off their torches. After a few moments, their eyes could see better in the darkness. They quietly walked towards the sound of voices. 2 people were hiding in some bushes underneath a tree. They were dressed all in black and had long black hair. This just made their white faces stand out even more in the dark. Michael recognized 2 young men from the cemetery. He gave a shout. The boys looked around and saw the officers, then jumped up and started to run. Michael and P.C. Ritchie raced after them through the trees. The teenagers were fast, but frightened. They kept looking behind them. Suddenly, one of them hit a tree and fell to the ground. "It's a good idea to look where you're going," said Michael as he pulled the boy to his feet. Meanwhile, P.C. Ritchie had managed to stop the other one. The constable took the boy's rucksack and opened it. He shone his torch inside. "What do we have here, boys?" P.C. Ritchie asked, shining his light on cans of yellow spray paint. At the police station, Michael and P.C. Ritchie questioned the teenagers. They said they'd painted the symbols on the walls, but had had nothing to do with the smashed window or the burglary. Just after doing the graffiti, they'd heard someone walking through the car park. They'd gone into the woods and then heard the sound of breaking glass. One of the boys' fathers was in the room with them, which was normal when a 15-year-old was involved in a crime. "Why didn't you call the police?" he asked his son. "I hate the pigs," said the boy, using the insulting word for policemen. "Can we go now?" The police would wait until daylight to search the woods for the stolen painting. Michael didn't want to let the boys go until then, but he had to. There was no reason for arresting them. They were checked for cuts because of the broken glass in the gallery window. But neither of the boys had been cut anywhere on their bodies. They were in lots of trouble about the graffiti, but Michael didn't think anything serious would happen to them. He let them go home with their parents. Back at his desk, he made some notes for his report. Then he made a list of things to do in the morning. At the top was the search warrant for Nigel Huxley's home. He wanted to visit the old sculptor as soon as possible. He wanted to have some of Huxley's blood for testing too. The investigators could match it against the blood from the gallery. Next, he wanted to take Joan Potts to the gallery to ask her about the stolen painting. He was sure it was another one of Sylvia. Then he wanted to go to the hospital to see if Lottie had any memories of the robbery. Suddenly the phone rang. Michael picked it up. "Hello?" he said. "Michael, it's Mrs. White," said the woman on the phone. "Sorry I'm calling so late. It's those kids in the cemetery." "Not again," Michael sighed. He was disappointed. There were bigger things than bad behaviour going on in Pendley. "I'll go immediately," he said. It wasn't illegal to be at a cemetery at night, but it wasn't respectful. "Perhaps we can ask the ghost of Agnes Cott to give them a fright," Mrs. White said. "Then they'll stay at home every night." Michael gave a short laugh. "I'll ask her to pay them a visit," he said. Once more, Michael drove to the cemetery. Once more, he parked at the gates and got out his torch. There were candles glowing among the graves. He could see young people sitting around. Loud music was playing. He recognized the tall figure of Alex. When he got close to the group, Alex saw him and stood up. The young man looked angry. Michael felt angry too. But he didn't want to get involved in a fight with teenagers. "Go away!" Alex yelled. Michael was just about to reply when he heard a loud scream. It sounded like it was coming from the caretaker's cottage. Immediately, Michael started to run to the old house. Alex ran too. "It's Katie!" Alex exclaimed. "She went into the house for a dare." "Can't you kids stay out of trouble?" Michael shouted as he ran. When he got to the house, he tried to open the door. It was still locked. "She went through a window," said Alex. Together they ran to the side of the building. Just then, Katie screamed again. Michael found the window. It was old-fashioned, and the old wood had made it easy to open from the outside. He shone his torch inside and called Katie's name. He saw her rush into the room, looking very frightened. When she saw Michael and Alex, she started to cry, and immediately tried to climb through the window. Michael helped her. Once outside, Katie fell on the ground. She lay on the grass. "It's the witch," she said. She couldn't stop crying. "What did she look like?" Alex asked. Michael looked at the young man angrily. "There are no witches," he said, "or ghosts." Then he saw a strange glow coming from inside the house. It was very bright orange. Katie and Alex saw it too. "I dropped my candle," said Katie. The old house was on fire. Michael immediately pulled his mobile phone from his pocket. He called the emergency number, but just as he was about to speak, he saw a figure inside the house. "There's someone in there," he exclaimed. "The witch!" Katie cried. "I told you, she's real!" Michael threw the mobile to Alex, who immediately told the emergency services where they were. Then Michael climbed through the broken window into the burning house. "Police!" he called out, but the figure had disappeared. He ran through the room and into the hall. Spiders' webs were on his face and in his hair. The fire seemed to come from the front room. He could feel how hot it was. He was choking on heavy smoke. He looked around, confused. Then he saw her. A woman was going up the stairs. He had no time. The fire was going to burn the old building down. He ran up the stairs. He could see quite well because of the orange glow from the fire. When he got to the top, he saw her standing very still, looking at him. For a moment, he thought that Katie was right. The woman was a witch. Agnes Cott, he thought. She had long, grey hair and dirty old clothes. She looked very old. Michael told her his name. "I'm here to help you," he said. She turned and ran down the corridor. Michael followed her. He could see smoke from the fire coming up the stairs. He went into one of the bedrooms. Although it was darker in the room, he could see the old woman. She was trying to pick up some large, flat objects. When Michael got closer, he saw that the objects were paintings. On every one, he recognized Sylvia. The old woman looked at Michael and started to cry. "Please help me," she said. 2 months later, after his evening shift, Michael left the station. He walked up the road. When he got to the old people's home, he stopped. Nigel Huxley was waiting for him. It was the same every Wednesday and Sunday. The two men went inside together. Sometimes Sylvia couldn't remember their names. She couldn't remember pushing Lottie down the stairs, or laughing and knocking Michael out in the graveyard. For weeks, she'd been living in the old caretaker's cottage. She stole things to eat as well as the paintings. She couldn't be put in prison for her crimes because she had Alzheimer's disease. Instead, at the old people's home, she had food, clothing, and good care. She mainly remembered things that happened 60 years ago. Michael knew she had been beautiful then, although he couldn't tell from looking at the old woman now. He and Nigel would listen to her stories about wonderful summer evenings, and her eyes would glow with happiness. Her eyes are the one thing that hasn't changed, Michael said to Nigel, looking at the photo of Sylvia in his wallet. They're still beautiful. Strangled. Chapter 1. Strangled. Hands are around her neck, slowly pressing the life out of her body. She knows she's going to die. She wants to scream, but can't. She can't even breathe. The world turns black, and there's a ringing noise in her ears. The ringing doesn't stop. Clea woke up with a shock. She was in her own bed. The clock on the bedside table said 4:26 a.m. Someone was ringing her doorbell. For a moment, she couldn't move. She felt like a swimmer who had nearly drowned in deep water. The dream had been so real. Death so close. Finally, she switched on her bedside light. Her hands went up to her neck as she looked around her bedroom. Everything seemed normal, except for the ringing. Whoever was at her door was still there. Clea had a sudden rush of fear. People only rang doorbells or phones so early when it was an emergency. Something terrible has happened, she thought, as she jumped out of bed. At the door, she picked up the entry phone. "Hello," she said. She felt like she was still dreaming. "Clea, it's us," said her mother's voice. She sounded strange. "Mum? Dad?" Clea asked. "What are you doing here?" "We have to come in," her father said. "Then we'll tell you." Clea immediately pressed the buzzer and opened the door of her flat. She heard her parents come up the stairs. When they arrived, their faces were pale. Her mother immediately started to cry. Her father's eyes looked full of pain. "It's your sister," he said. "She's dead." At that moment, Clea's mother collapsed. Together, Clea and her father helped the elderly woman to the sofa. "It can't be true," said Clea. It was like she'd never woken up. It must still be a dream, she thought. "She was murdered," said her father. His eyes filled with tears. "Our beautiful Tessa was murdered." That night, Tessa had had a visitor. She'd poured 2 gin and tonics. Both glasses were still full when the police crime scene investigators arrived 40 minutes later. A neighbour had heard screaming at midnight and called the emergency number. The police found the gin and tonics, made with lemon and ice. They'd also found Tessa, strangled to death, lying on the sofa. Within an hour, journalists and photographers had arrived at the house. Tessa McGowan was a well-known news presenter. She read the big news stories to thousands of television viewers throughout Scotland. Now her own murder was the big news. Later that day, the police called Clea. They wanted to talk to her. She went on the bus to Pitt Street Police Station. The Glasgow streets looked grey and cold. Claire's head felt light, like a balloon. She took out her mobile phone and looked at Tessa's number. They were not only sisters, they were best friends. They talked every day and told each other everything. Now Tessa would never answer her phone again. Claire got off the bus. Everything she did felt slow. It was like moving through glue. Inside the police station, an officer showed her into a small room. It had a desk and 3 chairs. After a few minutes, he put his head around the door and asked her if she wanted coffee or tea. "No, thank you," she said. She hadn't eaten or drunk all day, but she wasn't feeling like it at all. A short while later, 2 police officers came into the room. They both sat down. "I'm Detective Inspector Shannon Binlow," said the woman. Then she switched on a tape recorder. She said the time and the date. "I'm sorry about your sister," she said in a serious voice. Claire did not reply. "Now, Miss McGowan," D.I. Binlow went on, "what can you tell us about Colin McDougall?" "Colin McDougall?" Claire repeated. "What has he got to do with this?" "We've arrested him for murder," D.I. Binlow said. Claire looked at her in shock. Colin was a married man, but he was having an affair with Tessa. It had been going on for more than a year. Claire knew all about Colin. She wasn't happy about the relationship, but he wasn't a bad person. In fact, Claire would have liked him if things had been different. Tessa wanted him to leave his wife. He told her he would, but it was taking him a long time to do it. "Tessa was going to break up with Colin, wasn't she?" the inspector asked. "Yes, but," said Claire, it was true that her sister wanted to end the relationship. The day before the murder, Tessa had called Claire. "I can't go on like this any more," she had said. "I'm going to break up with him tonight, when I see him." D.I. Binlow looked serious. That night, she told Colin it was over, and he became angry, she said. Then he killed her. "No, I don't believe it," Claire exclaimed. "She called me. She was still alive when Colin went home. He could get angry sometimes, but we all do." At around 10:30 p.m., Tessa had called her sister again. She told Claire that she hadn't broken up with Colin after all. Instead, he said he would leave his wife soon. Tessa said he was stressed and upset, but things were okay between them when he left. "He didn't go home," said D.I. Binlow. "He said he drove around in his car for another 3 hours. He has no alibi. He was the last person to see Tessa alive. Witnesses saw him going into the house at 8:30 p.m. The neighbour heard a man shouting at 10 p.m. Colin McDougall has a motive for murder." "What motive?" Claire asked. "Your sister wanted him to leave his wife. She threatened to end the affair if he didn't," Binlow replied. This made him angry. And he has a police record for violence. In 1985, Colin was arrested for fighting outside a pub. 1 man was hurt. "But he must have been about 18 years old," said Claire. She just couldn't believe that Colin was a murderer. "Did he ever hurt your sister?" the inspector asked. "No," she replied. He loved Tessa. Sometimes people kill the ones they love, D.I. Binlow said. When Clea got back from the station, there was a woman standing outside the door. She was holding a big bunch of flowers. It was Valerie Findlay, who had worked with Tessa at the television studio. She was a reporter. "I was waiting for you," Valerie said. "Can I come in?" Clea opened the door. "I'm sorry. I'm not really in the mood for visitors," she replied. "It's just so terrible," Valerie exclaimed. "I can't believe it's happened." She gave the flowers to Clea. "Thanks," said Clea, "but I can't invite you in. I really need to be alone right now." "I understand," said Valerie. "If you need to talk, please come and find me. Tessa was so clever, so beautiful. She was a wonderful person." "Sorry," Clea interrupted. "I have to go." She went inside and shut the door, leaving Valerie on the step. As she walked up the stairs, she felt bad. The woman was only trying to help. She'd worked closely with Tessa. "I'll call her later in the week," Clea thought. Back inside her flat, she realised that she had many telephone messages. She listened to some of them. Martin McRae, who read the news with Tessa, a few old friends, a cousin in Edinburgh. There were even some from the Adult Education College, where she worked. She taught art classes there. Some of her colleagues had called. Everyone wanted to say how sorry they were. She put down the phone and went to sit on the sofa. On the bookshelf was a photo of the two sisters. They'd gone on holiday to Florence together 5 years ago. The photo showed them smiling, with the gorgeous city in the background. Clea started to feel angry. Someone had taken Tessa's life away. Was it Colin? The police needed to make an arrest quickly. Tessa was a famous news anchor, so everyone was interested in the murder. It would look good for the police if they immediately found the killer. Clea thought about the last few weeks and about everything that Tessa had said about Colin. He wasn't exactly a good guy, because he had a wife and a girlfriend at the same time. But Colin as a murderer didn't seem right. Suddenly, she remembered something. 1 week ago, the sisters had met for coffee in a cafe. Tessa had been happy. "I've found a big news story," she had exclaimed. "I've got some explosive information." Clea asked for more details. Tessa said she'd have to wait and see. "Some people would kill for this information," she said. "I can't tell anybody yet, not even you, Clea." Clea jumped up and picked up the phone. She called police headquarters and asked for D.I. Binlow. When the inspector answered, Clea told her about Tessa's information. Binlow was not really interested. The police believed that Colin MacDougall was guilty. That was the end of the story. "Can I see him?" Clea asked the detective. "You can apply for prison visit papers," Binlow said, "but it will take some time. I know it's hard for you to believe, but MacDougall killed your sister. Don't go to see him. It'll only upset you. Perhaps you'd like to contact our victim counselling service." Clea thanked her and hung up. She wanted to hear Colin's side of the story first. She knew that people in prison could get letters. They could send them too. She went to her desk and got some paper and a pen. Then she began to write. "Colin, I can't believe that you killed Tessa. Please tell me it wasn't you. We don't know each other, but I have a lot of reasons to hate you. You had an affair with my sister. You didn't care about your own wife. But I think you are innocent of the murder. I need to know what really happened to Tessa. Please write to me and tell me the truth. Clea McGowan. That afternoon, she took the letter to the prison. She hoped Colin would write back soon. Then she went to Tessa's house to start packing her sister's things. Her father and mother did not want to go. Her mother had gone to the doctor's for some tablets because she couldn't sleep. When she thought of Tessa's murder, she collapsed. She couldn't go out or switch on the TV. The newspapers and the news always had stories about the murder, and Tessa's photo was everywhere. It was hard enough planning the funeral, so Clea said she would go to Tessa's. Her parents wanted her to pack Tessa's books and jewellery. The house was in Pollock Shields, just outside the city centre. It was a nice, quiet area that had many large houses. Professionals and families lived there. Tessa's house had 3 bedrooms and a beautiful garden. Inside, the police had finished their investigation, and it was as if Tessa had just left. In the bathroom, her face creams and hairbrush were still there. In the bedroom, her pyjamas were lying on the bed. It seemed that Tessa would come through the door at any minute. Together, the sisters would cook spaghetti. They would have some red wine and watch a movie. Everything would be normal. Clea went to Tessa's desk and switched on the computer. Tessa's handbag was lying on the desk too. Clea opened it while the computer started. There was a mobile phone, some makeup, keys and an appointment book. Clea opened the appointment book and turned to the date Tessa had died. It said, Colin, 8:30 p.m. At around 10:30 p.m, Colin had left. The police believed that he had come back again. Around midnight, there had been a huge argument. The neighbour had heard Tessa screaming and shouting. Clea looked back through the appointments. She saw her own name, the day they met at the cafe. She kept looking back. Then she saw a strange appointment on the 11th. Tessa had written M, 11:15 a.m. Starbucks, Buchanan Street. Next to the information, there was a phone number too. The only M Clea could think of was Martin McRae. But why would Tessa meet her colleague at Starbucks? They worked together all day anyway. Tessa and Martin went to the television station at 9 a.m. in the morning. They worked hard until 9 or 10 p.m. Sometimes they would stay even later. So who was M? Clea turned to the computer. She typed in Tessa's password, George. When they were children, the family had a dog called George. Tessa had really loved him and always used his name as a password. Clea felt guilty about looking at her sister's private papers and emails, but she wanted more information. The police were happy to have Colin under arrest, but it didn't feel right to Clea. Now she had to take on the role of detective. She went through Tessa's emails. There were some from Martin and some from an old university friend named Moira, both M names. Clea found Moira's number in the appointment book and called her. Moira said she hadn't had a meeting with Tessa on the 11th. She'd seen the news about the murder and was very shocked. Clea told her the funeral was in 2 days' time. After they said goodbye, she went back to the emails. Suddenly, she noticed some from Bonnie McDougall, Colin's wife. It was strange that she was writing to Tessa. Clea opened one of the emails. It seemed that Bonnie knew all about the affair. Clea was shocked to read that Bonnie had threatened to come to Tessa's house and smash all the windows. In another email, she wrote, "I'm watching you. I know where you live." Clea wondered if the police had seen the messages. She thought of calling D.I. Binlow again. Had the police seen the threatening emails? Had they talked to Bonnie? What if she killed Tessa, she thought. There was still the question of the mysterious M. Feeling confused and powerless, Clea walked around the house. She picked up some photos and books. Every time she picked something up, she wanted to cry. Packing Tessa's things was too hard. It would have to wait until another day. Tessa's funeral hadn't even happened yet, and it seemed wrong to be putting things in boxes. Just then, Clea's mobile phone rang. The number didn't look familiar. It was Martin McRae, Tessa's colleague. He started to ask how Clea was feeling, but then began to cry. Clea was surprised. Martin was so cool and calm when he read the news. He asked Clea if she wanted to meet for coffee. She said she would meet him in a few days. Then she told him about M. "Did you have an appointment with Tessa on the 11th? She asked him. "No," Martin replied. "And I don't know who M is. Tessa never said anything about it." "Did she tell you about her secret information?" "She told me she had a huge news story," Martin said. She was going to research it and break the story at prime time. "Prime time?" Clea asked. "That's the time when most people watch TV," Martin told her. "It's about 8 o'clock in the evening." "Did she tell you what the story was about?" "She said it was totally secret," Martin said. "She wouldn't even tell me. A big, important story is good for the career. I think she hoped to get her own current affairs show." "I need to know what it was," said Clea. "She said people would kill for this information. And now she's dead." She wrote a phone number down next to the name M, and I think I'm going to call this person. "You should go to the police," Martin said. "The police won't listen to me. They think her boyfriend is guilty. But I don't," she said. "There's something strange going on here, and I want to find out what it is. I want to know who M is." Chapter 2. Threatened. Clea said goodbye to Martin and put down the phone. She thought about the famous Hitchcock movie called Dial M for Murder. Then she picked up the phone again. She dialed and heard ringing at the other end. A man answered and said hello. He sounded nervous. "My name is Clea McGowan," Clea said. The man said nothing. "Hello?" she asked. "Are you still there?" "I'm still here," he replied finally. "What do you want?" "I want to know if you had an appointment with my sister Tessa," Clea said. She felt nervous herself. "We met on the 11th, he said. "We were going to meet again on the 15th. I waited at the cafe for 3 hours, but she never showed up." Then I saw the news. I'm sorry your sister is dead. Goodbye. Wait, Clea shouted down the phone. Don't hang up. Suddenly, the man's voice became very low. It's dangerous for you to talk to me. What do you mean? She asked. Who are you? Did you kill my sister? I think my information killed her, he said. I believe they've arrested the wrong man. What is this information? Clea asked. I have to know. Please meet me. The Starbucks on Buchanan Street. Tomorrow morning at 9:30, the man said simply. I'll be wearing a green scarf. Then he hung up. Clea stood for a moment, looking at the phone. Meeting this unknown man was a big risk, but she had to know the truth. She made a quick call to Martin. He didn't answer his phone, so she left a message about meeting M. Then she put on her coat and hat. She picked up Tessa's appointment book and found Colin's address. There were many motives for murder, and Bonnie McDougall had one of them: jealousy. If Clea was now a detective, she had to get as many facts as possible. A short time later, she arrived outside the McDougall house. She was shocked to see news reporters and cameramen outside. They took some photos of her, and one even called out her name. They knew she was Tessa's sister. She didn't speak to them. At the front door, she rang the doorbell. A short, thin woman answered it, but only opened the door enough to put her head around it. What do you want? She asked. I don't talk to reporters. I'm Tessa's sister, Clea replied. Go away! Bonnie suddenly shouted. She tried to close the door, but Clea put out her foot and held the door open. She heard cameras taking pictures and wondered how it would be reported in the news the next day. Let me in, or I'll tell these news reporters about the emails, Clea said quietly. She didn't really want to do that, but she had to get inside somehow. Finally, Bonnie let Clea in. Before Clea could speak, Bonnie turned around and started to cry. I know he didn't kill your sister, she said. I am 100% sure he didn't kill her. I think Colin is innocent too, said Clea, sitting down on the sofa. The real murderer is out there somewhere. Perhaps he or she feels guilty that an innocent man is in prison. If the real killer confessed, Colin would be freed. She looked at Bonnie seriously. What are you saying? Bonnie said. Do you think I did it? You wrote threatening emails to Tessa. The police would probably be very interested in those emails. I was very angry when I wrote those emails, Bonnie said. I was so jealous. Colin stayed out late. His behaviour changed. I wanted to hurt your sister, and I hated her. But I didn't kill her. Clea stood up. Maybe you did, she said. Maybe you followed Colin to Tessa's house that night. You hear them have an argument. You see Colin leave. You wait a bit, and then ring Tessa's bell. She lets you in because she can see you're upset. She makes some drinks and tries to talk with you. But you threaten her. You shout at her. Then you strangle her. No, Bonnie exclaimed. I didn't do it. I was away that night. My friend was getting married, and we had a hen party in Edinburgh. I have an alibi." "You have an excellent motive for murder." "Were you jealous enough to kill my sister?" Clea exclaimed. "Get out of my house now!" Bonnie yelled. "I'll call the police if you don't go." Clea didn't say another word. She went to the front door. As soon as she opened it, she heard cameras. The reporters started shouting. Bonnie shut the door with a loud bang, and Clea set off towards the bus stop. The reporters followed her for a while, asking questions. When she didn't answer, they gave up. As Clea got on the bus, she thought about Bonnie. She was a small, thin woman, but anger gave people extra strength. She could have strangled Tessa. Tessa was dead, and Colin was in prison. Bonnie had perhaps taken revenge on the two people who had hurt her. However, there was the hen party. That was a problem. Maybe Bonnie had 5 or 6 alibis, or maybe she didn't. Clea decided she would write to Colin again and ask him for the names of Bonnie's friends. Then she would visit the friends, even if she had to use Tessa's car and drive to Edinburgh. The women would remember Bonnie at the party. That is, if Bonnie was telling the truth. At the same time, she felt sorry for Bonnie. She had lost her husband, first to Tessa and then to prison. After getting off the bus, she walked up her street. Someone was standing at the door of the house. It was Valerie Findlay again. Clea was not happy to see her. Of course Valerie cared, but Clea just wanted to be alone. Although she was a colleague, Tessa hadn't really liked the woman. They saw each other at parties, but they were never friends, unlike Tessa and Martin. "Hello, Valerie," said Clea. "I'm very worried about you," Valerie said. "I spoke to Martin. He told me all about the mysterious man Tessa was meeting for information." Clea unlocked the door. Together the women went up the stairs to the flat. Once inside, Valerie took off her coat. "Meeting this man alone is too dangerous," she said. "I think someone should go with you." "I'm fine on my own," Clea replied. "We're meeting at Buchanan Street Starbucks. There'll be lots of people around." "It's not a game, Clea," Valerie exclaimed. "You're not really a detective. I think Colin McDougall is the murderer, but maybe it was someone else. You can't be sure. I'm going to come with you. He can't hurt you if there are 2 of us." Clea didn't want Valerie to come, but she was right. It might be dangerous. It was better to have a witness. "Okay," she said. "We'll go together. But I want to talk to M alone first. He might be angry that I've brought someone else, but I'll get him to talk to us both." The next morning, Clea had a quick breakfast. The post arrived. There were a few cards from friends and family. There was also a letter from Colin. As she read it, Clea felt like crying. "Dear Clea, I am so sorry for hurting your sister. She wanted me to leave my wife, but I wasn't brave enough to. However, I loved Tessa with all my heart. We had an argument that night, but I didn't kill her, and that's the truth. I cry every night because she's gone. I tell them over and over I didn't do it. I didn't go home for a long time because I was upset, and I didn't know what to do. I should have left my wife a long time ago. If I had, Tessa would still be alive. I decided to leave my wife the next day, but now it's too late, and Tessa will never know how much I loved her. Please believe me, Claire, I didn't do it. Colin. Claire believed him. She'd been unhappy about the affair. Sometimes she had been angry with Colin, and with Tessa too. However, Colin wasn't a bad man. He'd just done the wrong thing. Now Claire had to find out who really killed Tessa. If the police wouldn't start a new investigation, Claire would have to do so alone. Chapter 3. Scared. At 9:25, Valerie and Claire met at Starbucks. Valerie sat at another table. She agreed that Claire would go up to the man alone and explain that she'd brought someone else. Then they would talk to Em together. Claire looked around. Right at the back of the cafe, she saw a man with a green scarf. He had a brown jacket, dark brown hair, and was wearing glasses. He looked about 35 years old. He also seemed nervous. Claire went up to him and introduced herself. Then she sat down. "I need to know why my sister died," she said. She didn't want to make small talk. "How dangerous is this information, really?" "There's a lot of money at stake," the man replied. He didn't want small talk either. "Hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of pounds. That kind of money can make people kill." "Who are you?" Claire asked. "My name is Marcus," said the man. "I'm a scientist." Claire looked surprised. "A scientist? What do you know about Tessa's murder?" she asked. "I feel it's my fault," Marcus replied. "I contacted Miss McGowan because I needed to tell somebody about all of this. I'm just a scientist, but your sister knew all about news and information. I needed help, and thought she was the right one to help me. I knew the information was dangerous. Now she's dead. So I'm guilty of her murder." "But you didn't kill her," Claire said. "Look, you need to tell me the whole story. I've brought someone with me who can help too." "What?" Marcus yelled. He stood up. "I wanted you to come alone. I think they're watching me. It's very dangerous." "Calm down," Claire said. "Valerie is a reporter. She was a colleague of Tessa's. If they see me with a reporter, I could end up dead," said Marcus, sitting down again. "So could you." "Who are you talking about?" asked Claire. "Who are they?" She was starting to get worried. She looked around the room. Perhaps someone was watching them all the time. Alone, she and Marcus could be two friends. But Valerie was on TV. Everyone would recognise her. "If you think this reporter can help, I'll talk to her," said Marcus. "But you're both taking a risk by speaking to me." Clea looked over to Valerie and made a sign for her to join them. She came over and put out her hand for Marcus to shake. Then the three of them sat down together. Valerie had a cup of coffee with her, but Clea was too nervous to drink anything. She wondered how Valerie could be so calm. Marcus told them that he wanted to go to the police, but was too frightened. "The police might not be interested," he said. "Then my life will be in danger, because they'll know I went to the police." "Please tell us everything," said Clea. "Right from the beginning," Valerie added. "Then we can decide what to do." Marcus opened his leather bag and pulled out some documents in a file. Then he told them about his job as a scientist. A large multinational company wanted to build a processing plant just outside Glasgow. The area was famous for its beauty and had lots of different kinds of plants and animals. A processing plant might threaten the ecosystem, so scientists had to study the area first. The research would show if it was safe to build the processing plant. After the research was finished, the government had the power to say yes or no to the company. The company paid a team of scientists to study the area, and Marcus was one of them. "These documents show the results of the research," Marcus said, holding up the file. "They were given to the government. The results are good. The environment won't be threatened, and the processing plant will be built. The men who run the company will make millions of pounds, and there'll be new jobs in the area." "So what's the problem?" Clea asked. "Why are the documents so dangerous?" Marcus answered very quietly. "The results are false," he said. "The company is paying some of the scientists in more ways than one. They're paid to do the research, and then they're paid extra money to make the results false. I found out. I also have other documents which show the real results of the research. Certain kinds of plants that are important to the ecosystem will be threatened. It's too dangerous to build the processing plant there. It would be very bad for the environment." "That's terrible," Clea exclaimed. "How could anyone do that?" "It's about money," Marcus replied. "I think someone in the government is involved too. Perhaps the company is paying him to help." "So you contacted Tessa," said Clea. "You wanted her to break the story." "Yes," Marcus said. "I thought everybody should know. I needed the help of a journalist. Tessa was famous and important, so people would listen to her. Tessa and I planned to hire a private detective to follow the men from the company. We wanted to follow the scientists and the government officer too. We needed to get as much extra information as possible. The truth is, lots of people could end up in prison. That's why the information is so dangerous. There's one big boss of the company, and he could end up in prison himself. He'd lose his luxury lifestyle. It could threaten the whole company internationally. Think of all the money." "Why didn't you go to the police straight away?" asked Clea. "I thought that a government official was involved. Also, the company boss, Mr. Wester, is a multimillionaire. All that power and money can make documents and even people disappear." "Did you give some documents to Tessa?" Clea asked. "She had copies, yes," Marcus replied. "I didn't see them in her desk. I wonder where they could be." Clea thought for a moment about Tessa's murder. She imagined the scene. A man phones Tessa that night and says he has information about the research. He says he's a scientist, someone who knows the real results, like Marcus. At home, Tessa waits for Colin. He arrives and they argue. At around 10:30 p.m, he leaves and drives round and round the streets. He doesn't want to end the affair, but he doesn't want to upset his wife. Meanwhile, Tessa's next visitor arrives, the false scientist. She's happy to see him because he has more information, but he doesn't help her. Instead, he strangles her to death. "What if Tessa told the murderer that you had documents and wanted to make them public?" Clea asked Marcus. "Maybe she didn't have to," he replied. "Maybe they already knew about me, and I led them to her. It would have been easy for them to follow me when I met her here the first time. But I don't really understand why I'm still alive. Every time I go out, or the doorbell rings, I think that my life is over." "There's only one thing to do," Clea said. "Yes," Valerie exclaimed. "You must give the information to me." "No!" Clea and Marcus said at the same time. "I'll hire a private detective myself, then break the news story," Valerie said, putting her hand on the documents. "Tessa was murdered," Clea said angrily. "Perhaps it was because of this information. Tessa should have gone to the police, and now we have to, Valerie." "Absolutely," said Marcus. "We'll be safer if we go together. The three of us can't be killed all at once." "The murderer has been found," Valerie said. "Colin McDougall did it. The information won't kill me, and I need you to give it to me now." Clea and Marcus looked at each other. Slowly, Clea shook her head. "You can't be sure, Valerie," she said. Suddenly, Valerie jumped up out of her chair. "You will not go to the police," she shouted. "Someone else will get the story then, and my chance will be gone." Everyone in the cafe looked at her. She sat down again and spoke in a low voice. "I deserve it. I should have been news anchor already, not Tessa. Now the station needs a new one, and that's going to be me. I'm not going to do boring reports about festivals and lost dogs anymore. This information will make my career, so don't stand in my way." She quickly picked up the documents from the table, then stood up and ran out of the cafe. Clea was shocked. Valerie had used her to get the information. Her offer of help hadn't been real. She couldn't move for a moment, but then jumped up and ran out after Valerie. She saw Valerie run along the street until she found a taxi. Then she got into it and drove away. Clea was left standing on the street alone. A minute later, Marcus came up behind her. "She only has copies of the documents," he said. "I have the original ones at home." "We should go to the police together," Clea said. "Valerie's life could be in danger." She felt like crying. Valerie's bitter words had upset her, and she remembered what Tessa had said about her colleague. She can smile and be sweet to your face, but then, when she turns away, her smile disappears. Marcus put his hand on Clea's arm. "Let's go to the police immediately," he said. Chapter 4. Hunted. At Pitt Street Police Station, they asked for Detective Inspector Binlow. She didn't look happy to see Clea again. "A witness saw Colin McDougall's car near Tessa's house at 11:15 p.m., Binlow said. "Have you come to tell me he's innocent? If so, you're wasting your time." Marcus stepped forward. He told Binlow all about the false research results. He told her how Tessa had become involved. Then together, he and Clea explained that Valerie Findlay had run off with the information. The DI was curious. "This company has done something totally illegal," she said, "and we have special officers who deal with this kind of crime. I'll call them right now. Can you stay here until they've talked to you?" Clea and Marcus were glad someone was listening to them. Binlow had realised how serious it was, although she still didn't believe it had anything to do with the murder. "One more thing, Miss McGowan," said Binlow before she left. "You seem to be playing private detective. It's a bad idea. Leave the investigations to the police. That's our job." Clea said nothing. She was happy that Binlow was taking them seriously, and that an investigation would start. But until the real murderer was arrested, she would keep searching for clues. Clea and Marcus waited for half an hour. Finally, 2 other officers came into the room. They wanted to hear the story and needed to see the original documents. One of the officers said he would go home with Marcus and get them. Clea was free to go, but Marcus was worried. He wanted a police officer to go with Clea too. "Her life could be in danger," he said. "We don't know that," said the officer, "but if it makes you feel better, we'll drive by Miss McGowan's house every hour tonight. But until we know you are in genuine danger, we can't give you an officer for full-time protection. We're really busy trying to deal with all the crime in this city. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is." Marcus wrote down his address and phone number and gave them to Clea. "Please call me every few hours," he said. "I want to know you're okay. If you're frightened or need any help, just call or come over to the flat. I'm not very brave, but I don't want anything to happen to you." "Thanks," said Clea. "Here is my address and phone number too." I'm not very brave either, but I can call the police. Claire caught a bus home. She thought about Marcus. Already he felt like a friend. The fact was, however, she knew nothing about him. Was he telling the truth? The research documents looked real, but it would be easy to make those. All you needed was a computer. Now she'd given him her address and phone number. He seemed nice, and she felt she could trust him. But perhaps she was wrong. Now, for some reason, she felt nervous about going home. At the next stop, near the George V Bridge, she got off the bus. She took out her mobile phone and Tessa's appointment book, found Valerie's number, and dialed it. There was no answer. The police said they would contact Valerie immediately. Maybe she was with them right now. Claire just had to hope for the best. She thought about Marcus again. His flat was near Pitt Street Police Station, so it wouldn't take him long to give the documents to the officer. Then what would he do? Would he be safe at home? Could she trust him? Marcus said the scientists were paid a lot of extra money for giving false research results. Was it enough money to kill for? Claire had so many questions and no answers. She walked along the bridge and looked down at the River Clyde. In winter-time, there was always a lot of water, and the river was flowing very fast. She stopped on the bridge and looked over. She thought about the times she and Tessa had walked through Glasgow city centre. They had shopped and gone to cafes and art galleries. Tessa had loved the artist René Mackintosh, so they often went to the cafe at the Mackintosh Gallery. Now Claire was alone. Her sister and best friend was dead. Suddenly, she heard a loud noise behind her. It sounded like car tyres. She looked around and was shocked to see a dark car with dark windows had driven right off the street. It was driving up onto the pedestrian walkway and was heading straight for Claire. She was alone on the bridge, and there was nowhere for her to run. Claire got up onto the side of the bridge and jumped. She heard the car crash into the side of the bridge. Then the tyres made a screaming noise as the car pulled away again. Suddenly, she was underwater. The cold was a huge shock. She'd hit the water very hard, so for a moment she was confused and her head hurt. She couldn't breathe. I'm going to drown, she thought. It took a lot of effort to move her arms and legs, but finally she managed to swim upwards towards the air. She managed to get her head above water and to take a few deep breaths. Water was in her mouth and nose, and she was almost crying. The river flowed so fast, it simply pulled her along. She couldn't swim against it. The river bank rushed past on both sides. She tried to swim towards it, but she wasn't strong enough to fight the water. Just then, she saw two people, a man and a woman. They were slowly walking along the riverbank. When they saw Claire, they started to shout and wave their arms. but the river was too fast. Claire saw the woman take out her mobile phone. Then they were too far away for her to see any more. Buildings went past quickly on each side. The water was cold, too cold. Claire could feel the energy disappearing from her body. And the water was pulling her under again. It suddenly seemed easier to simply give up, stop fighting, and go under. Then she thought of her parents. One daughter murdered, the other drowned. They would never get over it. She had to make one last effort. There were trees and bushes along the river bank. Using all her strength, Claire tried to swim towards them. She got a little bit closer, and closer still. The current wasn't as strong towards the edge of the river. It was getting easier to swim. Finally, she could reach out her hand towards some bushes that were low down, close to the water. They had no leaves, but they were strong. With a final burst of energy, she pulled herself up out of the water, then fell into the mud of the riverbank. She turned onto her back, breathing quickly. All her energy was gone, and she was freezing cold. Her bag was still across her body. She slowly sat up and opened the bag. Everything inside was totally wet. Her mobile phone had stopped working. She looked around, but there were no people. There was a street not far away. She managed to stand up, but her legs were not working properly. It wasn't easy to walk, and she felt sick. On the street, a few cars drove past. The drivers saw her, but didn't stop. After a few minutes, a truck came along, and Claire was relieved to see the driver pull over at the side of the road. He opened the door. "What happened to you?" he asked, starting to laugh. Then he looked at Claire's face. "I fell into the river," she said. Her clothes and hair were wet. She was shaking with shock and cold. "You don't want to go swimming in the Clyde in winter," said the truck driver. "It's too cold. Summer is better. Do you need a ride?" Claire said yes and got into the truck. She knew she should tell the police immediately that somebody had tried to kill her. All she could think about, however, was getting home. She wanted a hot shower and dry clothes. The truck driver took her right to her front door. Claire thanked him. "Will you be okay?" he asked. "I think so," she replied. "I just need to get warm." She went inside. After showering, she put on some clean, warm pyjamas and went into the living room. She was still shaking badly. She opened her bag and took out the paper with Marcus's number on it. It was wet, but she could just read the numbers. She dialed his home, but there was no answer. Then she tried his mobile, but all she got was his voicemail. She didn't leave a message. "Where is he?" she said out loud. Then she called the police and asked for D.I. Shannon Binlow. The detective asked her a few questions, but Claire couldn't offer much help. The car had been dark, with dark windows. She hadn't seen the driver and didn't even know what kind of car it was. Her memories were mainly of being in the water, choking, not able to breathe. Binlow said she would come to the house right away and told Clea to lock the door until she arrived. "I'm starting to think you could be right," Binlow said. "Maybe MacDougall is innocent after all. Switch on your TV." Clea put down the phone and switched on her television. The news had just started. Martin, Tessa's colleague, was reading it. The picture showed the police arresting a businessman who was wearing an expensive suit. They were taking him to a waiting police car. Martin said that the man was Mr. Charles Wester. Marcus had talked about Wester that morning. She turned up the sound on the TV. The report said that Wester paid scientists for false research results. Then the picture changed to show a beautiful landscape. There were many tiny plants and animals that played an important role in the ecosystem of the area. Martin explained that 2 other company managers, a government officer, and 3 scientists were also being questioned. "There may be a connection with the murder of my friend and colleague, Tessa McGowan," Martin said. "Police have started an investigation. This could be good news for Colin MacDougall, who is under arrest for the murder." Clea felt she could breathe again. Maybe the real killer would be found and Colin would be free. She was about to try calling Marcus again when the doorbell rang. She went to the entry phone and picked it up. "Hello," she said. She hoped it was either the police or Marcus. Instead, it was Valerie. "Clea, you have to let me in. It's very important," she said. "I don't want to talk to you," Clea said. "You used me to get that information. You only thought about your career." "I'm sorry," said Valerie. "Look, I was wrong to behave that way. But now, I really need to see you. Let me in." "You can come in for a minute," Clea said, "but I'm still very angry." She pressed the buzzer and opened the door of her flat. She heard Valerie come up. When she reached the top of the stairs, Clea was shocked to see her face. The woman looked pale. "What's the matter?" Clea asked. Valerie came through the door and didn't even close it behind her before she started shouting. "You gave those documents to the police!" she exclaimed. "Yes, we thought," Clea started to say. "I told you not to," Valerie said. "That was my story." "Please don't be so upset, Valerie," said Clea. "I need to know who killed my sister. Maybe an innocent man is in prison." "I don't care about him," Valerie yelled. "That information would have made my career." She reached over to the coffee table and picked up a glass candle holder. Then she threw it against the wall, where it smashed into tiny pieces. Clea suddenly felt frightened. "Please calm down," Clea said. "I want to be the news anchor," Valerie screamed. "I'm sick of watching people like Tessa and Martin get to the top. Tessa was in my way But I had a chance until you came along, playing detective." "What do you mean?" Clea asked. Suddenly, Valerie's voice became very soft and quiet. "I thought I was rid of you when you went over the bridge." She came closer to Clea. With every step she took, Clea tried to move away, but Valerie followed her. "Yes," Valerie went on, "I thought you'd drowned." "You're crazy!" Clea exclaimed. "You tried to run me over with a car." She moved towards the phone, but Valerie saw what she was doing. She picked up the phone and pulled it hard. The cord came out of the wall. Then she held the cord in both hands. "Tessa was easy to get rid of," Valerie said. "I went to her house late that night. Lucky for me, Colin had just been there too. She made us gin and tonics and told me to calm down. But how could I be calm? For years I watched her push her way to the top. She stole my dream, my career." "That's not true," said Clea. "Tessa was a wonderful journalist. She worked hard for the news anchor job. She had everything I wanted. I hated her," Valerie said. "You killed her," said Clea, finally understanding. "Yes," Valerie said. "Now you know. But nobody else will ever find out." She came towards Clea, the phone cord still in her hands. Clea found herself backed up against the living room wall. There was no way to get past Valerie. Suddenly, the telephone cord was around her neck. She was choking. She tried to push Valerie away, but the woman was stronger. The world started to go black. At that very moment, Valerie collapsed. Clea immediately put her hands up to her neck and tried to breathe again. Valerie was on the floor, and around her head were bits of smashed pottery. There was soil and some kind of plant too. Clea was confused. Then she looked up and saw Marcus. He was simply standing there, pale and shaking. "I hit her on the head with the plant," he said. "I brought it as a gift. I wanted to ask you out for a drink to celebrate. It was lucky that the door was open." He was so shocked, he couldn't help laughing. "Good timing," said Clea. She almost laughed too. Then she started to cry. Just then, D.I. Binlow came through the door. She looked at Clea, at Marcus, and at Valerie on the floor. Valerie was still unconscious, with the phone cord in her hands and bits of plant, soil and pottery in her hair. "This should make a good story," Binlow said. "Who wants to start?"